This is the beginning of my Batman podcast. Batman to me is one of the most interesting superheroes because he's just a normal guy. And I just personally really like how he's got the no kill rule, and like no matter what, it doesn't matter if Robin's gonna die or something, he just doesn't kill no matter what, which is pretty admirable to me, I think. Also, Batman is a character to me that I have a connection with, one who inspires me to be the hero of story of in games and like overall, because even if the odds are stacked against me in every possible way, I always think of Batman and how he has to fight basically everything to save the city. What I want to do with this podcast is kind of change your perception on Batman, essentially. I don't really want to like force my opinion too much because I feel like that might be a bit weird-ish, but my point of this project is to, well, for one, figure out if I'm right and if Batman really is truly the greatest superhero of all time. But I also kind of want to make you like think he's something else than just like a rich billionaire that beats up poor people. Okay. Who is Batman? Batman is Bruce Wayne, um, philanthropist, billionaire, genius, playboy, detective, pilot, escape artist, martial artist, strategist, tactician, scientist, engineer, and, well, the list kind of goes on forever. He's basically everyone, I mean, anything. So he's everything one would ever want to be. One quote from Superman that to me summarizes Batman's do not kill rule is this: when you don't want to kill, you become a person who wants everybody to live, which is actually kind of Batman's philosophy. But at the same time, if you think about it, really doesn't, you can't really see the world that way because everyone dies no matter what. But I think Batman is the type of guy that wants to give everyone a second chance, even if they don't deserve it. This quote also kind of reflects how his villains always come back for him. I mean, sure, that's just because of comic books and stuff, but it is part of his character, and he locks them up in Arkham Asylum, and they're like, they break out in like a week or two, but like, I feel like it adds a lot to his character just because he doesn't want to kill them, and Batman is a one of a kind superhero because he pretends to be a bad person to kind of hide and keep away like relationships and stuff. But inside, he's a pretty good guy. Like, he still has relationships later on, but like overall, if you look at like the beginning of his character and stuff, it's really not. He's not that open of a person, and I think that's because his goal is to protect the city, not kind of like do stuff for his own life. Now, Bruce Wayne's character is kind of different. Like, he's not really selfish, but he's kind of more doesn't really care about anything. And I think that's because Bruce Wayne's true identity is kind of Batman because, well, one time Wonder Woman wrapped the lasso of truth around him and asked Batman to reveal his identity, and he just said, "I'm Batman." So I kind of think that like adds a lot to his character because, well, that's just truly who he is, I guess. I mean, well, yeah, that just is who he is, I get overall. Which I feel like if we were talking about Bruce Wayne specifically, his character would tend to be pretty selfish. But since Bruce Wayne isn't his actual self, he's not actually like really a bad guy or anything. He's just kind of trying to get through life and save Gotham. Batman is defined as a protector of the city of Gotham because when his parents got killed right before his eyes, he seemed to be kind of stuck in a place where his parents died because, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to move on from that, but he wanted to fight. Well, he did. He fought the evil that killed his family, but as we all know, revenge kind of doesn't end well. And it's also kind of why these villains keep coming back for him. And it's also why he's the only guy who stands between um, chaos and prosperity for Gotham. Because without him, and I guess, yeah, later on there's like Robin and Batgirl and stuff, but when it's just him, he's the only person that stands between those two pretty big factors that I feel like if it's just one guy versus like hundreds of thousands of people, and he's the only person in the entire city that stands between chaos, it's kind of pretty insane if you think about it. Gotham is kind of a representation of Batman's fears and attachments. How do I see Batman? Well, personally, Batman, from my point of view, is more than a superhero. He's a symbol of hope, one that represents a society built on the hope that Batman will save you. However, he can't save everybody, but it's not really fair because life is a game of choice. People kind of blame Batman for beating on poor people, but if someone is robbed and scared to death, Batman beats them up, but they happen to be poor, doesn't that mean everyone he fights is poor? I mean, the greatest always gives us things to remember. The greatest have the most memorable stories and make pathways for other amazing characters, unforgettable characters, because you can't talk about superheroes without mentioning Batman. Sure, there's more to greatness than just reputation, but you can't deny that Batman is one of the coolest, if not greatest superheroes of all time, spanning from insane suits to crazy cars while not killing any of his enemies to an extent. There's always more to greatness than what's on the cover. We don't have any powers, and neither does Batman. Okay, why did I do this project? I mean, like, sure, I do think Batman is the greatest superhero of all time. Well, that's a question worth taking a lot of time to explain. First of all, decided to make my focus. First of all, I decided to make this my focus for my capstone project because of an inner urge to do something that I've never really done before. It's a true feeling I've only felt a few times. A few during sophomore year when I was doing like pretty creative projects and stuff. But people might think it was weird to do something like this, but when you feel in your heart what is the right thing to do, there's not really much of a choice. It was almost like my destiny to complete this project. Throughout the history of the character Batman or the Dark Knight or the Caped Crusader, whatever you want to call him, he's evolved from one point to another, spanning over 80 years. One of the most iconic superheroes of all time because he is one of the most realistic superheroes of this time and to this time because he's just a guy fighting psychologically crazy people. There will never be a hero with greater villains than Batman because none can feel so real and inspired off actual people. It's just unheard of. There's something unique about just believing the hero will find a way no matter what. But with Batman, he always gets back up from something he should have died from, like when he got up after Bane broke his ribs in The Dark Knight Rises. Time and time again, Batman is broken, but he always, always finds a way, even if there is no hope left. Batman doesn't need hope because he has to be Batman to protect the city because no one else will. In, well, I guess his way. The reason Batman is like this, I believe, is because since his parents got killed when he was at such a young age, the only true way he could fight is if he protected that thing from ever happening ever to anyone else in the city he was born in. Mentally, I think that really was the only way to cope with something like that, like having seen your parents get killed, like basically when you're just a kid. Revenge at that point is the only way to go. However, revenge is a very dark path to go through, while also the easiest and most simple path to choose. It's it's a never-ending void of bad decisions that can lead to a few great decisions, I guess, sometimes, if you're smart. However, those bad decisions could also ruin your life. However, this is Batman we're talking about. Okay, this question. How do we learn? Personally, I learn by making mistakes, looking over what I did before, thinking over like, hey, what could the best thing I could do in this moment. But I'm not the only one that does that. So does Batman. He makes mistakes. But how do we learn from those? We learn from the bad things we do. They make us realize what's wrong and what's right. It's really hard to go through life without making mistakes because, well, they could come at any time, any moment. Literally right as I'm saying these words, I could make a mistake. We are humans and our lives are just as hard as it is to be a perfect person, someone with everything going for them. Because being perfect is often regarded as something we can't become. That's why we want to become that. Batman is such a good superhero because he's just a normal guy, and we know that he goes through the same things in life as we do. He's human, he has emotions, and he learns from his mistakes as we learn from ours. We as a whole learn from other people and certain actions in life. These cause us to become better people and who we are today. But for Batman, all he has is basically himself and, like, I guess later on Robin. He has Alfred and stuff, but essentially he's just talking to himself most of the time. Life can be very different when the only outside perspective is the media and some people in your life, I guess. But it's very hard to learn from your mistakes when you're completely alone. Or at least that's what I think. What does it mean to lead? Huh. Truly, what does it mean? And to me, to Batman, to everyone sitting in this room, what does it mean? Well, I tell you, it means to give hope to people that you will lead them to a better tomorrow, whether it be my friends or Batman's sidekicks. They both need some sort of guidance or help in life, so they have hope that you can lead. Being a leader means that you have to stand up for what you believe in and the people around you, regardless of what happens. If you have their back, most likely you can be a leader, but it means a lot. It means more than almost anything else to lead in life or death situations, which I'm sure most people have either been or knew somebody who has been in those type of situations. In these types of situations, oh, leadership can help more than people think, as you could end up saving someone's life if you try to help them or protect them. There's a lot that goes into this type of philosophy of leadership. And protecting the innocent, something that Batman does every single day of his life. The utmost importance of saving people from death. For me, however, leadership means how you can lead people into a better life, or help your friends out with stuff, or even just helping your family out in tough times. A lot of these require some sort of leadership, and I plan to carry out that in those situations. The character overall, the Caped Crusader, is in my mind one of the most interesting, complicated, and coolest superheroes ever. Because he's a human. He doesn't have any superpowers. All he has is his wits, body, and will. He's dedicated his entire life to fighting crime, training in martial arts, and mastered different types of styles like Muay Thai, Judo, Taekwondo. It just makes him a really cool and interesting superhero because he has a code. He lives by his rules. He can kill anyone he wants to, but he chooses not to. As easy as it might be to just kill like any of his enemies, he doesn't want to do that. That's what separates him from what he's fighting against. He seeks justice, not revenge. Also, because he never gives up. He has human limitations and weaknesses, but it doesn't stop him from doing what is right. When encountering guys who were stronger than him in strength and had superpowers, he didn't back off, he didn't wimp out, stood his ground and emerged ever so victoriously, as no one could have predicted. Okay, now let's talk about the villains. This is something I think highlights the biggest and most interesting part about Batman. Mainly because. Okay, so Batman's villains are actually, in my opinion, probably one of the most some of the most sophisticated, interesting, psychologically damaged people on the planet, on the entire planet, because each and every Batman villain has a reason to fight Batman. Like it's not like, oh yeah, Batman was like, because Batman's villains have a certain charm to them. They're really interesting, and some of them actually reflect off real people, such as the Riddler, who's based off the Zodiac Killer, which is one of the main ones I know. And not well, the Mad Hatter also is based off. So the villains overall, personally, I really, really, really like villains in Batman. Mainly because, well, for one, they actually kind of connect to the real world, and they could be possibly like actual real people, because they aren't super powered or anything. Like, someone could actually become the Joker if they wanted. Not saying you should or anything, but that is possible. Like, it tries to stem from a more realistic point of view instead of like overpowered people and all fighting each other. And when I think of these supervillains, the Joker, the Riddler, Mr. Freeze, Two-Face, Scarecrow, Penguin, Mad Hatter, all of these guys, to me, kind of remind me of myself in a way that's pretty complicated because, well, I mean, the psychological impact is pretty interesting. But what I'm trying to say is that some part of me kind of resembles the ideas of these supervillains because, well, as they are like kind of like bad people and all, they do present pretty interesting like ideals and stuff. Like for one, like the Riddler, he wants you to like find clues and stuff. Mr. Freeze, he wants to save his wife from a disease. Joker, he literally is like the complete opposite of somebody, which to me is pretty interesting. And like Scarecrow, he wants to like legit to scare people, but I feel like there's more to Batman's villains than just the psychological impact, but there also is a very interesting line between reality and fiction. Because, well, obviously these are fictional people, but they could technically exist in the real world. However, I'm not exactly sure how possible that would be. But I really do like these villains a lot because they're all somewhat relatable. And they kind of remind me of like the real world to an extent. But I personally think the Riddler is the arguably the best villain in best Batman villain because he's super interesting and he kind of is one of the smartest people ever. Like he's obviously not like smarter than Tony Stark or anything, but he's smart enough to basically beat Batman every time without actually having to fight him. Like he doesn't really have to do anything. He can just like kind of lead Batman wherever he wants because clues and mysteries and stuff and like unsolved crimes. All of that to me is just super interesting. Like I don't know, it's just pretty awesome. And he will always try to be smarter to test Batman's intelligence to the point where he wants to kill himself. Like to the point where he doesn't care anymore. Like he just like wants to fight him. But there's no greater feeling to figure out you beat someone to a point of no return, and that's what the Riddler tries to do to an extent. The no kill rule really impacts how we see the villains because, well, for one, if there wasn't a no kill rule, then they would all probably be dead, except like a select few, maybe. Also, it implies the notion that they'll always come back, or at least try to, even if they're going to be bad or good. Well, probably most likely bad, but still, you never really know for sure. They're always trying to get revenge, which is also pretty interesting too. But the no kill rule really affects like how we see the villains in like how we see Batman's villains because this one rule, it's generic and all. It's super hard to keep. Like if you told someone, "Oh yeah, no matter what, if you're gonna be a superhero, you can't kill anybody." Period. Like that's like really hard. Like it's not. Like it sounds easy because a lot of superheroes try to do it, but it's one of the hardest things to accomplish because once you become a superhero and you build up so many enemies, it's hard to not just kill one single person out of the thousands of people you're fighting. And this one rule defines how Batman fights his villains, like overall, because the rule of no killing is something that no matter what, he is a hero because he saved the day and didn't kill anybody. While this is kind of controversial in some comics, movies, shows, and games, overall, Batman doesn't kill. Or at least the best representation of Batman isn't a killer. Now I can go on and on and on about Batman's villains, but the Joker and Batman rivalry overall, like as a whole, is probably the greatest rivalry ever in superhero history because it just more than a rivalry almost. It's more of like it's almost like a friendship kind of because of the fact that they keep going over and over and over again fighting each other for no reason at all but that it's kind of fun. Like the Joker would be nothing without Batman and Batman would be nothing about without the Joker. That's just kind of a fact. Like it's almost like well yeah, it is basically like the Flash without the Reverse Flash. Like the Flash, well, I guess in the show he wouldn't even exist without the Reverse Flash, but the Flash wouldn't be who he is without Reverse Flash because of the fact of what the Reverse Flash drives him to be better than himself. That's what the Joker's do. That's what the Joker does. He makes Batman be better than himself and fight the side of himself that he's not. The Joker is the complete opposite of Batman. Every part of the Joker is separate from Batman. I mean, sure, you got the '60s show where he's like goofy and stuff, but that's different. The Batman we know, the one from The Dark Knight Returns, well, that comic, which kind of spanned off all of this like noirish Batman type genre, which is kind of where we are today. Batman is not a goofy, like corny character. I mean, you can make him one, but the Batman we know is a very serious, closed-minded, and pretty much person built on one thing and one thing only to stop the bad guys and basically just save Gotham. That's kind of his goal because he doesn't want what happened to him to happen to other people, which I think is really, really awesome. And the Joker wants the complete opposite in every single way. That's what makes them such great. That's what makes it a such amazing rivalry because they are polar opposites. When I think of the sidekicks that Batman has, I usually think of Tim Drake, Jason Todd, Batgirl. I don't know, like basically, I guess just Robin in general, and there's some like weird ones also, like freaking Bat Hound, which is kind of weird. There's also like Bat Cow and freaking like, um, yeah. When I think of Batman sidekicks, I usually kind of think of, well, mostly I guess. I mostly think of Robin, Batgirl, Batwoman, and I guess kind of like, huh. I guess that's it. So each Batman sidekick, in my opinion, kind of has like a different ish like lease on life. Like one of like I don't know, like for example, Tim Drake was more of like a serious person, while like Jason Todd was kind of controversial. Like people didn't really like him that much until he became the Red Hood after the Joker killed him, and that kind of was like kind of where his evolution started because that's where people actually started to like his character. Before that, a lot of people actually hated him, and that's one of the reasons why he got killed. Dick Grayson is another Robin, and for most people, the first Robin that comes to mind. Most people think he's the best Robin, which I'd tend to disagree, but like kind of not at the same time. He is the first Robin. More interestingly, the first Robin wasn't even actually any. It was actually Bruce Wayne, which is kind of confusing. Like I looked this up earlier, like during my research, obviously, and it's kind of like I was like, what the heck? Like I thought the first Robin was like I don't know, like Dick Grayson or Tim Drake or something like that. But no, it's actually Bruce Wayne. However, the first, I guess, actual Robin was Dick Grayson. He first appeared in 1940s Detective Comics number 38 and became Robin the same issue Jason Todd first appeared in Batman number 357, and he officially became Robin in 368, which Tim Drake first appeared in Batman 436, and he became Robin in 457. There are a lot of Robins, and to this day, we have 5 Robins. And those are the most popular Batman sidekicks. But let me see some weird ones. Such as, did you know Blue Beetle was actually one of Batman's sidekicks? Overall, all of Batman's sidekicks have pretty unique feel to them. I mean, one could argue that he does have the best sidekicks of all time, which I feel like is a reasonable argument because of how many he has. Like, there's over 30, which is a lot. Some of them, like, James Gordon, Catwoman, Huntress, Azrael, Batwoman, Blue Beetle. Like, I mean, even Alfred is one of his sidekicks. It's kind of it makes sense, but like, yeah, there's so many characters. Like a lot of, I mean, there's a lot to unpack personally. Each and every Batman sidekick is at least somewhat interesting. Like some of them are kind of just jokes, obviously. Like freaking Batcow, like that's kind of just a joke. But most of the sidekicks are really interesting. Like my favorite is probably, not gonna lie, it might be Catwoman or actually, maybe Red Hood actually. Well, it's not really a sidekick to be honest. Probably Azrael because he's like a pretty cool night guy. Honestly, his suit is amazing, perfection, especially in Batman Arkham Knight game. He is one of the coolest characters, and also like Catwoman is definitely up there for me because, well, also for the Arkham games, she's really fun to play as. She's pretty interesting. She kind of tries to seduce Batman a lot, but to be fair, I feel like that kind of works to her charm. Kind of like Poison Ivy, but not actually that bad. I mean, Poison Ivy's not even that bad in the first place. But I don't know, pretty interesting. Also, cats are cool, so and um yeah. James Gordon is another awesome sidekick, mainly because well, he's always kind of Batman's sidekick, like most of the Batman stories, like he's basically there except like a select few. Like he's not even like I watched the anime Batman movie, like he's not in there. But that's like kind of makes sense because he's literally in Japan and yeah, so it's like kind of like there's no way James Gordon's gonna be in that. I mean, it was kind of fun to watch, but like overall, he's personally he is amazing in the Dark Knight trilogy. Well, not the Dark Knight trilogy. I mean, well, yeah, whatever, the Dark Knight trilogy. Mainly because the actor who plays him fits him perfectly, I think. And there's a lot of story involved with his character that kind of relates to Batman as a kid because in some of the stories of Batman, he Gordon kind of takes him in and like tries to help him because he just saw his like parents get killed, and I think that's a really cool connection, especially at a really young age. I think that's pretty awesome. But overall, there's always something to love with Batman sidekicks. Okay, the gadgets are crazy. Batman has so many freaking gadgets. Like basically a gadget for everything, I think. Batman is one of the only characters I think who can solve a problem by just having prep time. Like that's it. Like there's nothing else. Like he just like gets like he just prepares for something and he has like a day, like a week or two or something. There's almost guaranteed chance that he wins whatever fight because he can have a gadget for a specific situation and it wouldn't even like it you wouldn't even think about it because you wouldn't even think that far ahead. But that's the point of the utility belt. It holds so many gadgets while also being so small. Like he's got like I can just list them basically. These are some of the weirdest ones. He's got the finger taser, the collapsible bat sword, which Batman usually doesn't carry around these types of weapons, but it's kind of resembling a lightsaber. It's kind of funny. It's from the Batman the Brave and the Bold cartoon, but I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird. There's the electromagnet, bat ice skates, freeze grenade is pretty normal. Fake vampire teeth, which appears in Batman Year 100, which, yeah, I don't remember from anything else. That's like the only thing. Underwater boot propellers, which is very funny because he uses that to literally fight Poison Ivy. Oh my god, yo. It's so funny. Huh? I don't even know. The computerized battering, which only appears in the movie Batman Returns, which obviously you know it as the sequel to the wait to the 1989 Batman. Sorry, and is arguably better than the 1989 Batman movie, but I'm not really talking about that right now. This is a magnetic battering, which I haven't seen it really ever. but it's in the Green Lantern comic, Green Lantern 16. It's just a magnetic version of classic battering. That's literally it, but it helps him take out robots and stuff. Handheld rocket boosters, which appears in Batman Under the Red Hood, which the animated film. Well, this gadget is kind of weird, but basically just it's a literally just a jet engine that has flames coming out of it, and it's like two boots. It's kind of cool. There's an EMP gun, which this is one of my favorite gadgets, mainly because, for one, in the Arkham games, you use it to like charge up electricity, and however, okay, there's a difference between an EMP gun and a remote electrical charge gun, which they're basically the same, but it appears in Batman Arkham City, which, like I said, Arkham games, and The Dark Knight Rises, which is my favorite Batman movie, which is kind of hard to say even though the new Batman movie came out, but never mind. Every like I mean every Batman movie does need a new gadget, and personally I think that was actually pretty notable because if you play the games you've probably seen it. The remote controlled battering is the funnest gadget Batman has because in the games it's only really appears in the games because that's all I remember it from, but you just throw it and then you can control it around and like move it and stuff. It's pretty awesome. And it's kind of hard. It's really hard to use because it's like a inverted camera angle, but it's fun because you can do tricks with it and stuff. The cryptographer sequencer is pretty awesome also. It's in the games. But basically you can like kind of go through the network and like relays and stuff and like hack into certain things. Like you can hack into voice messages, basically like safes, any sort of electronic lock you can use it for. However, some of the codes are really hard because you're literally diving into the network, but in the games it's pretty easy. Tear gas, sorry. It appears in Batman Superman 3 and Batman 609, which it's one of the security systems that Batman built into his costume, and Batman has a lot of security systems in his costume, but like kind of like the Flash, I guess, if anybody watches the show and stuff. It's pretty cool. Nightfall gloves, okay. This is really cool. It's in Batman 500. Basically, these are the first high-tech gloves that had multiple gadgets in them, and I think they're kind of notable because I don't know, they're pretty awesome. Like I'm just like going through the gadgets I think are pretty cool. Like okay, cloaking device. Batman Beyond is so freaking good, and this is one of the best gadgets period in Batman because it basically essentially turns them invisible to like enemies and stuff. Like I mean, I'm sure if you look insanely closely, like they make it look weird in the Lego games, but in Batman Beyond, you're essentially invisible to the naked eye, obviously. But this is one of the most like helpful like gadgets Batman ever uses overall because he can literally sneak up on any enemy without the enemy even knowing there's someone is there, which is insanely useful. Audio frequency jammer is pretty cool because, well, you can just jam enemy audio and stuff, and I feel like that's pretty helpful. It only appears in Batman Returns, which, as I noted before, is a pretty awesome movie if you haven't checked it out. Line launcher. Okay. This one is kind of annoying sometimes. I mean, obviously, like think going from Batman's perspective. The line launcher is you shoot a line across a desired point of interest, and then you just walk across it slowly. Like you can do it any way. You can do it like from below. Like you can just like hang on to it and kind of walk on it. I mean, like by it, but like it's basically like kind of difficult because you're walking on a really small line, and if you trip or anything and fall, enemies will easily like notice you. And this appears in, for me, most notably in the Arkham games, but it's also in Batman 1989, Tim Burton movie, and animated series. There's a lot of Batman gadgets, but for the sake of time and, well, just period, I'm just gonna go through a few of the, like, a tiny bit more gadgets. Not all of them, obviously, because that would take hours, but just like three or four more. Batmobile remote control is cool because, well, you can literally control the Batmobile. It's also in, like, it's in The Dark Knight, which Christopher Nolan movie are seen as the best Batman film, but I like the one with Bane a lot more. However, that's my opinion. And also appears in Batman 1989. But basically, you can control your car with a remote control, which is pretty awesome. Like I'd say that's like one of the top 10 most helpful gadgets because you can just like, oh yeah, you don't really want to do anything, just like pull out freaking Batmobile control remote control thing and just like run over some enemies or like shoot them with stun bullets or something. Um, alright. I think uh, power armor. This is a pretty interesting gadget, but essentially, this armor itself like enhances like Batman's strength, durability, and it makes him able to like fight like Superman and stuff. It's actually what he used to take down the Man of Steel himself. So I mean, he had help obviously, but this is one of the coolest gadgets. It's in the Dark Knight Returns, which, oh yeah, the Dark Knight Returns itself started so many like different Batman things. It actually essentially started what we know today as Batman because that's like when the like gritty dark atmosphere thing came back. And right after that comic, like not like shortly after, but like a few years after, Batman 1989 came out, the Tim Burton film, which a lot of people would say that's basically started Batman getting more popular and stuff. And then the Batman animated series, and there's also some more Batman films, and then like later on, like we get the Christopher Nolan trilogy, and like a bunch of other Batman shows like Batman Beyond and all these other ones. And it's like pretty awesome because, well, um without the Batman the Dark Knight Returns comic, we probably wouldn't have got any of those. Like, to say the truth, we probably wouldn't even got, we maybe not even gotten the Tim Burton films. So it's a pretty notable comic, and I recommend checking it out if you haven't. And if you just want to read some Batman comic, this is probably the best one. However, The Killing Joke is also really good. There's a lot of other ones that I'd recommend, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna make that my last gadget. Wait, no, sorry, I have to do this one. The Bat Shark Repellent. Alright, this is the stupidest gadget ever. It appears in, as you might guess, the 1960s movie, which isn't a bad movie per se, and the 1960s show is worth checking out. However, it really is only notable from nostalgia, and however, the story is kind of good. This gadget's well, it has only technically appeared once, but it is in the Lego Batman movie, which is kind of funny because it's really the only other reference. But it's basically literally a freaking repellent thing. You shoot at a shark and it just like goes away or something, like dies. I still don't know to this day. It's really stupid. It's like I don't even know why he had those in the freaking Batcopter or period. Like why would you have like what the heck does a shark repellent do in the first place? Like explain that. It just doesn't make any freaking sense. Right. But yeah, overall, Batman gadgets are insane. Personally, I I just love Batman gadgets. Like I could go on and on and on and on about each and every Batman gadget, but I think we should move on to the suits. Okay, Batman suits per se, yes, kind of. Well, actually, yeah, they reflect almost all of his character, like from a like viewing standpoint, because well, that's what he looks like, and and the suit looks cheesy, like kind of like have like a dark aesthetic, like I don't know, it's just like gray or black or I don't know, whatever. Or if it has, or if it's like blue, like more. If it, what I'm saying is, it's more. If it's more lighter or more darker, it determines like kind of the tone of like what the show or movie or game or comic or whatever is gonna be. Because if it's lighter, that kind of means it's more towards the corny, cheesy side. Because well, darker kind of represents more like what should I say? More of a new era aesthetic and like pretty like depressing tone. Well, I guess I don't know. The characters are more like Batman isn't like oh yeah like really happy and stuff. Like he's like pretty like he seems like a guy who like his parents got killed. Like he seems like a person who lost his parents at a very young age. Like that's what I'm saying. But with like the Batman like from like the lighter costumes, like he looks it's kind of more of a joke, and I'm not like it's kind of a weird spectrum because there's also the ones in the middle that have like kind of darker but also lighter, and it's like blue-ish and blackish, which are kind of a mixed like feeling and like appearance from them, and those people are like more like Lego Batman or like I don't know like the animated Batman or something like that. However, there are a lot of Batmans after I guess after so after World War II ended, a lot of people got kind of sensitive about like really like violent characters and stuff, and Batman people thought I don't think he's a violent character because he doesn't kill anybody, but they kind of changed the tone a lot to a more cartoony, childish style. Like, uh, essentially, yeah, essentially the end of World War II, from like the 60s to early 80s, they have so many weird costumes. Jungle Batman. Like what I'm trying to say is the Batman suits with more lighter colors that don't kind of go towards the red, like dark red, dark blue, gray, black, like dark green colors are kind of more way more towards the corny and like cheesy side. And like Batman's a really unique superhero because you can do whatever you want with him. Like you can't like say like, oh yeah, Iron Man, he's gonna be like super depressing superhero and he's not gonna be funny at all and he's not gonna be like act like a billionaire playboy or like drunk person. Like that's like changing his entire like personality. But with Batman, you can do it because anyone could be Batman. Not anyone could be Iron Man because, well, Iron Man is kind of like Batman, but like, I don't know. I should have said Spider Man because that makes more sense. But regardless, if anyone could be Iron Man, which obviously you just grab the suit and like kind of play around with it and stuff, and yeah, you might be good, but there's only one true Iron Man, and that's Tony Stark, and obviously he's arguably one of the greatest superheroes of all time. But uh, Batman suits from, like I said, late 1940s to early 80s are very weird. There's a magnetic zebra suit, 1960, and then there's Mummy Batman. Man, I don't even know why they made these, to be honest, but whatever. It's part of it's not they're not all bad. Like people kind of give the Adam West show too much hate, but it's really not a bad show. Like I actually watched some of it for this capstone, and I actually kind of enjoyed it. Like my brother thought it's pretty good. Like it's a good show, just really cheesy, and compared to the Batman today, it really doesn't work at all. But it has a lot of nostalgia, and it's pretty good. And here we start to get to 1980s to like 90s, which this is when he became like his costume had more darker, like sharper edges. First is like the first comic to do this, like I said earlier, Dark Knight Returns, brought Batman back to where he was like before the end of World War II, which was like his first like 7 years, I'd say, like from 1931. I mean, not sorry, 1939 to around 1949, 1948, something like that. He was a pretty dark character. Like he wasn't like, oh yeah, like really cheesy like freaking 60s Batman show or Zebra Batman or whatever the heck that was. He was someone who just, I don't know, he seemed like someone who was going through, he was just trying to like save Gotham. Like he wasn't like, oh yeah, let's like dress up in these weird costumes and fight aliens or something. Like, nah, it's not like that. However, that would be funny. But yeah, like I said, Dark Knight Returns brought Batman back to the basics. And then we also move on to Batman Year One, which had a pretty awesome suit, I'd say. Um, Ever since Dark Knight Returns, they gave him like a more armored suit, And I feel like that trend has kind of caught on a bit, like especially think about Batman v Superman, and if you think about um, what else? I guess any more so any modern Batman suit. There's like more armor, like there's a lot more armor. Like it's not like just like a look like a t-shirt and like a cape. It's a lot more than that, and I think that tends to be with the sharper edges in the comics. I really think that actually adds a lot. Um, especially like the Batman suits became more armored because I think they were going for a more like serious tone. Like personally, the Dark Knight trilogy goes for like a military-esque tone, which is actually pretty awesome. Then we move on to the Victorian era Batsuit, which actually is kind of like a coat. It's kind of like it's not like as armored like the ones before. It actually really doesn't have any armor at all, but it does have knife holsters, which is quite interesting actually. Arkham Asylum comic. Uh, the Arkham Asylum suit was really like I talked about the sharp edges before. This was probably one of the more sharper. Like it had like really pointy edges on it. Like when I'm talking pointy, like I mean like anime mech pointy. That's what I'm like that. Like it's kind of crazy. But this art style for the suit kind of changed how like people like saw Batman comics, and I'd say this is like more of like a psychological experience. If you want to read the comic or not. However, the cape, the cape was really like I guess is a weird word, swooshy. But what I'm saying is like the cape was like kind of had more of like a vampire feel to it. Like that's what the suit really looks like to me. Like it looks like Batman's like kind of like a vampire or something like that. But the like shoulders curled upward. His ears were like pretty weird actually. Like they look like almost looks like freaking Boba Fett's like antenna thing or whatever. Then Tim Burton's Batman, which movie one, introduced the hard rubber bat suit, which uh, this bat suit I think looks like an action figure. Like that's just what it looks like to me. Like I don't know. Like it legit just reminds me, oh yeah, the Lego Batman games and also just action figures period because it just looks like more of like a toy is like esque like art style kinda. I mean it's a good suit, not gonna lie, it's pretty awesome, but and then we go to the Dracula trilogy, which made the freaking classic Batsuit look weird as heck. Like it's just stretched out way too much, and the cape is just basically wings at this point. I mean, it's not bad. It's like, I mean, I don't know. It's interesting. And then Batman Returns, kind of the same bat suit, except um more maneuverable cowl, which is basically it. There's not really much else. Batman, Batman versus Predator. Oh, he armored his costume. Basically, he essentially created an exoskeleton for like extra power, and it's I don't know. It's crazy. It looks like a freaking It looks like one of those like what is it? Looks like one of the freaking fuck. Sorry. And it looks like the joggers from Pacific Rim, like the big mech suits. That's what it reminds me of. It's pretty cool. I mean, I don't know, not much to say except it's mech. And then Batman the animated series kind of went back for like the classic Batman suit, but also made it look more muscular and kind of changed how the arms looked a tiny bit. Like it gave it more of like a metallic feel. And then like Nightfall Batman. This one is crazy. It reminds me a lot of Darkseid, plus like some weird like vampire-esque like noir um feeling because well he has like the red eyes and he has a hole in his chest. Like it looks crazy. It looks like something. It looks like either something from anime or Iron Man. One of those. Iron Man makes more sense actually, because well Iron Man does have a hole in his chest, and then Batman News Green Lantern. This is crazy. I mean, however, he was Green Lantern a few times, but not for very long. Mainly because of like the Elseworld thing. But the Green Lantern suit is, as you would think, like if you see the green, like the regular Green Lantern suit is basically Batman's Green Lantern suit, except he has a cape and he has a utility belt, and instead of like he has like like a Batman mask, and basically that's essentially it. I mean, it's pretty awesome. It looks sick. And then later on, Batman used spikes for a suit for like kind of like Wolverine claws, which was the Troika bat suit, which is pretty cool. Batman's Forever suit also looks like a freaking action figure, which I don't know why they still went for this weird style. I mean, it's not bad. It's just it doesn't look good at all. I mean, it looked decent, I guess. And then he started wearing more armored suits, like in Kingdom Come. And there's like Halloween suits. Halloween suits are pretty awesome because, well, he actually looks like a bat and kind of like a freaking like, huh? He looks like a bat, but he also looks like a freaking vampire. I don't know why I keep saying vampire so much. Some of these suits, man. The Batman vs. Robin suit was so bad. I don't like. They say it was upgraded, but it was not. It was terrible. This one of the worst Batman movies of all time. Actually, it is the worst Batman movie of all time. But I don't know why they kept going for this like weird shiny aesthetic. Like the best Batman suit from like those older movies, in my opinion, was probably the one for Batman Returns, because that one actually looked kind of semi-realistic and decent. The other ones just fell flat. Like the one from 1989 wasn't bad. That was that was good, I guess. But every other one, man, Batman Forever, and Robin just didn't even know what to do, man. It was so bad, man. I don't even care. Like they had Arctic suits and stuff, but which those look decent, but they literally just looked like the Punisher. Like that's not much to say. Like it's just like they have like these like the Punisher superhero for Marvel, but it's like kind of like it's blue, light gray, and there's a lot of curves on it. Just kind of sick, actually. That might be the best thing that came out of the Batman and Robin. But okay, the animated suits, all of them kind of had like a weird like they had these like really long sharp edges that kind of went across the entire suit. Like they wanted the capes to look really I don't know, cartoony. And a lot of the suits are pretty similar, not all of them, but you can kind of relate them a lot. And uh Um, Batman Beyond suit is pretty awesome. That's like I said earlier. Um, that was the one with invisible gadget, which is pretty awesome. But this suit is more sleeker. The cape is kind of shorter, and he's he is muscular and all, but it's like more of like a simple design, which I think is pretty awesome. It's actually pretty smart to go for something like that. Like everything is like shortened down. Like it looks like, I mean, he's in the future, so yeah, makes sense. The Batman Hush was cool because it blended gray and blue with the original logo, which is actually pretty awesome. And then a lot of the suits, like there's a Russian influenced Batman and Superman Red Sun, which is kind of sick, but that one looked more militarized, as you would think. And then there's a lot of suits, man. There's so many. Like Batman under the Red Hood costume. That was pretty cool. That one actually felt more of like if you just look at the suit like period, it feels like he's like kind of in his like late 40s fighting crime, and he's like kind of with like the military or something or secret organizations. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, it's cool. And then the Christian Bale suits, in my opinion, look the most like semi-modern. Like the Batman v Superman suit is cool and all, but it doesn't look like something someone would wear. Or like I don't know, it just looks kind of weird to me. Like the logo is just too big, and personally, and the Dark Knight trilogy suits are pretty sick. Like they're really tactical. Like they legit look like if you were thinking of Batman in the military, this is what it would look like. There's not really any like thing you could really go for besides that, and I think that's pretty awesome. I mean, the Arkham the Arkham game suits, one each game had a different one obviously, but the Asylum suit was super muscular, and it was like kind of shortened down with like a like big spikes on his arm, and semi big utility belt, and kind of big logo, and Batman also wore, he had a stealth suit kind of. It was kind of reminds me of Deadshot a bit, but it's pretty cool. It looks like a really sick like spy suit. Like there's no cape. There's really nothing in the suit that resembles Batman, which I think is pretty awesome. It was after Final Crisis, which pretty cool. I mean, it's an awesome suit. Um, Batman during Flashpoint suit was pretty sick. Um, the Thomas Wayne one, which obviously, if Flashpoint changed everything basically. It's basically a time where Flash just went back in time to save his mom, and it changed everything, which is one of my, if not my favorite timeline ever in superhero history. Um, but yeah, Bruce Wayne's dad, Thomas Wayne, became the Batman during Flashpoint, which is kind of crazy because Thomas Wayne died. But his suit is awesome. It's super muscular. However, the cape, in my opinion, looks pretty looks better on him than some of the other Batmans because, well, uh, it doesn't look like it's popping out too much, but it looks like it works. It's like not too big either. Like it's kind of small compared to the other capes, but I don't know, I think it's pretty awesome. He had one of the cool features, he had red eyes, and then you got Batman Arkham City Batman Arkham City suit, which was basically just an updated version of the Arkham Asylum one, but it had more features, and there weren't really any spikes on it anymore. And another armored suit, which was in Batwing number one, which armored suits I love. They're insanely cool. But this one had a jetpack, increased speed, durability, and strength, and it actually reminds me a lot of like Transformers, like kind of like Megatron, but if you combine it with Batman, like that's what it looks like to me. It's pretty sick. The Bat logo is insane. It's like actually looks like a vampire bat to tell you the truth. And then the augmentation suit, which is Batman and Robin number 12, looks a lot, and I mean a lot, like a how do I say this? Alright, the Batman v Superman suit, but times that by 10 and make it futuristic and add a neon light up logo while also having like transformer arms and super sleek like mask suit period and everything. Like it basically looks like Rhino from Batman from no sorry Rhino from Spider-Man from Rhino from the Amazing Spider-Man 2, but it's Batman, and he has like neon lighting on his suit, which is sick. I don't know if you get that reference or anything, but it is an awesome suit. The Hellbat armor, okay, also in Batman and Robin, not the movie comic, but Hellbat armor. My God, does it look awesome? It basically, to me, it kind of looks like if Black Flash, and also Black Flash is like a dead Flash that comes after um, speedsters because they mess with time and stuff. If you didn't know, that is for something else. But it basically looks like that. But if he was Batman and he had a suit, because like symbol is glowing red, the suit is completely black. Eyes are red, but it's like a sleek line with a bat symbol, and the Batman symbol on the chest is more so how do just a regular Batman symbol actually, and then like the chest itself, he's insanely muscular because I don't know just how it looks like. It also has a weird Matrix feeling to it, kind of, but it's it's pretty cool. It looks like a freaking it might be like Darth Vader Batman or some shit, something like that. And then Dark Knight Rises, which has like more so it's sleek. It's pretty cool. I mean Dark Knight Rises is my favorite Batman movie, but it's a pretty cool suit. Like it looks kind of similar to Dark Knight 1, but it has like it's not as big and it's kind of shortened down a bit, and the symbol is like shorter, and the mask looks better. Um, and then you got Thrasher armor, which Night of the Owls, which is pretty cool. This was like when he was fighting the Court of Owls, which I think is one of the greatest Batman villains. But this suit had to withstand sub-zero temperatures, so it's kind of similar to the Batman XE suit from Batman Arkham Origins, which one of my friends really likes. It's actually pretty. It looks sick. I haven't gotten that suit yet because I don't have the DLC. But however, the suit is insane, and I think I think like if you're going for more muscular Batman, that is like one of the like best ones. And then Injustice Batman. This Batman was cool. He was kind of generic, but more so futuristic. Like if you took Batman Beyond and toned it down like 30 years and removed like some like made the costume look more kind of like Master Chief's armor to tell you the truth, but like black and like Batman. That's what this would look like. I mean, it's pretty sick. It's awesome armor. Um, there's like the logo is pretty similar to the regular one. Like, there's really the only thing to really say about it is that the armor is like really metallic, and it looks like a suit he would use in space. Arkham Origins original bat suit, like the one you get from the like it's just the regular one. Um, Super muscular, and it has kind of a Christmassy feel to it. Like I know that's kind of the game, but like the suit itself looks like something you would use in the winter because of how big it is. Like I mean, like obviously you're like sub-zero temperatures, you'd use a different suit, but it looks like a suit you would use to just like stroll around in like 10 degrees or something. And then you got the Suit of Sorrows, which combined with Man Bat, which to tell you the truth, this suit is kind of just this suit is kind of insane. It literally looks like if you took Man Bat obviously and Batman, combined them, which is what they did, and basically he had a suit, and like yeah, that's basically what it looks like. I don't really know what else to say. There's like chains on it and stuff. The Batman logo is light up blue, and it's super metallic. It's also there's a lot of bats surrounding him because Man Bat and stuff. And then you got another stealth suit in Superman Unchained, which basically the stealth suit is similar to the other one I was talking about. Um, the one after Final Crisis, which is also a cool suit, but this one I think is better. It's basically glowing green, darker green-ish. Except the glowing colors are just regular green, and then it's like you got somewhat standard Batman suit, but it looks like it's a Batman suit without a cape, and it's really flexible. That's what it is. And glowing green, somewhat spikes going across the arm. Like when I mean like spikes, I mean like the pop up things. Like we had like the arm. You have like like it's basically so you can like do more damage to your enemies and stuff. And then the mask is pretty much just Batman mask, except the eyes are glowing green. and basically every chance you could get for put like like a neon greenish color, that's where it is. It's pretty awesome. It's actually one of my favorite suits. And then you have the Rook Bat armor, which suit was originally given to Jim Gordon, which Jim Gordon is Batman's basically best friend because he's the person he saw when he's the person who kind of like took him in at first when his parents died. Like Alfred did too, but Jim Gordon has kind of been with him like for a while. And the suit has like other really flexible suits. It has increased strength, speed, durability, and this one exclusively has EMP abilities and magnetic boots, which is pretty cool. So there's a lot of different things in here. And then you got Batman Endgame, which the Juster Buster armor, which to tell you the truth, just looks like the Hulkbuster armor from Avengers Age of Ultron. And essentially it's that, but it's Batman, and yeah, it's like super big, like the Hulkbuster armor. Like if big fist, big legs, big chest, big head, everything is big. Yeah, and then there's blue eyes, and bat logo. It's awesome suit. The Arkham Knight suit is awesome, mainly because you can take shots from bullets and um it's super sleek. And then you got Batman for Superman suit, which is like more like bulky, bigger logo. Um, Shorter spikes on the helmet, like the ears and stuff are like toned down a lot. Arms are way more bulky, and the suit itself, like the armored suit, which is actually the only good suit in there, I think, has glowing blue eyes, and is kind of similar to the other armored suits I was talking about. Like it has some similarities, like not too many. It has some similarities to the Thrasher suit, but not too many. Like similarities, I mean like the helmet and some of the chest, but not that much. It is a good design though. And then the Injustice 2 suit looks kind of corny to me. Like it's a good suit, but it looks like it just looks like an Iron Man suit to me for some reason. Like, but it's the cape. I mean, to be fair, it is kind of. It's more of a futuristic Batman suit, but minus like half the futuristic and just like kind of more modern. It's okay. Justice League suit is kind of similar to Batman v Superman suit, except it's way darker. It's not like there's not as much gray on it as there was in the Batman v Superman suit. It's way darker, and it's a lot more tactical as he uses more tactical like vehicles in that movie. The Batman Who Laughs Joker, which is one of the most popular Batman characters, and has a really cool suit. He's literally Joker but Batman. That's basically it. Like the suit itself, there's chains. This Batman helmet is replaced with his face is open, like halfway open, and then like the helmet, he has like this like weird ball thing covering his eyes, and then there's like these big this like big spikes coming up. There's spikes all around the helmet, and then he's holding a chain, and then he has this kind of like mutilated samurai-esque um suit, like chest that looks like insane. Like there's like leather on it. It's kind of like a punk rock suit if you think about it. I don't know. It's pretty cool though. And then Robert Pattinson's Batman suit, just the final one I'm going to talk about. I know I've been talking about this for like 40 minutes, but Robert Pattinson's suit, in my opinion, I personally think it's better than Batman v Superman suit, Armored Batman, uh, the Justice League suit. It looks a lot better than the Christian Bale suits, except maybe the Dark Knight one is better. It's way better than freaking the other movie suits. However, it actually I think it might be the best movie suit because it doesn't look like it's an action figure or plastic. It looks like an actual suit that a super rich person might have bought if they wanted to become Batman. It looks really cool. Like there's a metallic feeling to it. There's so many pieces on the suit, while in other suits it looks like it's just like one big piece. The helmet looks sick. I mean, the cowl looks sick. Also, the symbol is cool. It's more long, but it also isn't too big. It's almost, it's really good because, well, it's actually the Batarang in the movie, which is kind of a spoiler, but personally, I think it's the best movie suit, which is kind of, might be a hot take, but that's just my opinion. And they it's just really cool. And that's gonna be the end for the suits. And I'm sorry this is for okay, Batman comics. I see Batman's comics as something you can do almost anything with. He's one of the most unique superheroes in all of comic book history because of this fact that you can do anything with his character. You can do the super serious dark essential Batman, you can do the adventure Batman, you can do detective Batman, you can do street crime Batman, you can do the fantasy Batman, you can do superhero Batman, you can do corny Batman, you can do comedy Batman. Like, there's so much. And I feel like each Batman comic presents itself as a different version of Batman. Like, respectively, most of them are pretty interesting in their own right. Like, for example, my favorite Batman comic ever is The Dark Knight Returns because it brings back the super serious, dark, gritty, atmospheric Batman, which personally is my favorite version. But however, it is really fun to see the comedic Batman sometimes, especially in like cartoons and sometimes like really corny jokes. And I kind of think the best way to experience what Batman has to offer is by reading the comics. Because sure, the shows are really good. There's some pretty solid movies. Games are pretty interesting. But you'll never get such an experience from the comics as you will get from anything else. That's why it's so unique. That's one of the reasons why I personally believe that the comics are the best way to um, see different sides of Batman. Because each comic could or maybe might present a different side of the Caped Crusader in a interesting, maybe corny, dark, gritty way. And I think that's the reason. the reason for this is because each author and artist has a different visual representation of Batman and different ideas. And I think that's why one of the reasons why the movies are so different from comic books, TV shows, and games is because instead of adapting stuff from the comics, they have to make their own new idea. However, the comics can use that idea and stretch it on for a while, while the shows can take ideas from the comics and use them for their own thing, which I think is what makes the comics so great, is because the source material is the best way um to experience what the Batman, the superhero, has to offer. There's something more to each and every Batman comic, especially with the armor, the suits, and the gadgets. Each comic could present a new look and design, and it might also present a new sidekick, characters, a completely different type of storytelling. It's just really interesting. And there's nothing better than the source material, from my point of view. However, there's lots of different ways to view that source material. Some people watch the shows, and sometimes shows and animated movies have references or adaptations of the comics, which is pretty awesome. Some people don't read the comics. Some people read the comics, don't watch the movies. Some people just play the games. There's lots of different types of Batman fans, and I'm one who personally started with the movies, got into the games, and then got into the shows. And as a kid, I kind of got into the comics a bit. But I do know that the source material is amazing. And my favorite graphic novel from Batman is The Dark Knight Returns, because it brings back the dark, atmospheric Batman that I love. Arkham Asylum is also really good, and The Killing Joke, Batman Year 3, Blind Justice, The Death of the Family. There's so many Batman stories that are worth reading. And I hope people see Batman more than just a rich person who's trying to go after poor people, because the people he fights happen to be poor. However, he himself is trying to fix and make Gotham a better place for everyone, not just himself, and not being selfish. That's one of the reasons why he doesn't engage in many relationships, because he doesn't want to take time away from saving the city, which is one of the reasons why he's my favorite superhero of all time. Now we're going to move on to the movies, the shows, and the games. All three of these things are connected in some way. Not really, but they all share some sort of connection. Let's start with the movies. The first Batman movie, the first actual movie, they have not serial, because they have the Batman serials, which they do kind of count as movies, but I'm gonna put them more to the TV show category because they split them up and then showed them every other week. Which, I mean, they were made in 1943, but to be fair, they don't actually count as movies. The first movie was the Batman movie from 1966, which was a movie based on the 1960s show, which, as you may know, is pretty corny, cheesy, but it is good. Not gonna lie, it's a good show. This movie kind of just took on that same feeling, but put it in theatrical perspective, and was the first time we saw Batman on the big screen, I guess you could say, even though they do have the serials, which technically count. But next, the next Batman movie actually didn't come out until 23 years later, which, if you think about it, is a long time. And considering, if you think about it for a second, 23 years to make a sequel to the 1966 Batman movie is a long time. However, they didn't make a sequel, obviously. I'm just saying, if they did, they would have made one. And I think that means that it wasn't that popular, or they didn't do good enough, or they didn't want to make a sequel, which is fair. And then comes the 1989 film directed by Tim Burton and starring Michael Keaton. This movie is simultaneously my favorite Batman movie and also kind of a mixed bag. Mainly because it brings back the sort of darker aspects of Batman, but also keeps some of the cheesy ones, which I kind of am happy about. They make the Joker actually pretty funny with all the Prince songs, and I kind of actually like how they how Hollywood made that movie. But Batman does kill in that movie, which I think this representation of Batman in the 1989 film is my favorite representation. Like, Michael Keaton is probably my favorite Batman of all time, which is kind of a hot take, but at the same time, I say that because it reminds me so much of the comics because of the suit. The black and yellow is perfect. And if you ask me what I think Batman's suit should look like, I'm always going to say black and yellow because those are Batman's colors, and it's the most, even though it's kind of classic, it just makes me think of Batman the most. And I always get this dark, gritty vibe from the theme because of how I know the director of the film, Tim Burton, likes to make his films dark while also kind of corny. And that's the feeling I got from the 1989 Batman and the 1992 Batman Returns, which are the only ones he directs. And overall, I think his idea of Batman is my favorite and is the best and most accurate adaptation from the comics, except from the fact that he kills. But everything else to me reminds me of the comics in almost every way, even the corny way, dark, mystery, like, I don't know, it just reminds me of all of it.
Hey, mister, give me $1. Come on. Hey, mister, how about it? $1. You deaf? You don't speak English? Come on, up here.
Hey, lady, do the kid a favor. Don't scream.
Hey, all right. American Express card. Don't leave home without it. Hey, get out of here.
Hey, let's beat it, man. I don't like it up here.
What, are you scared of heights?
I don't know. After what happened to Johnny Gobbs.
Hey, look, man. Johnny Gobbs got ripped and took a walk off a roof, all right? No big loss.
No, man. That ain't what I heard at all. I heard the bat got him.
The bat? Oh, man. Give me a break, will you?
5 stories straight down. There wasn't no blood in the body.
No shit. It was all over the pavement.
I'm getting out of here, man.
Hey, shut up, man. Listen to me. There ain't no bat.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have turned the gun on that kid, man. You shouldn't have turned the gun on that.
Do you want your cut of this money or not? Now, shut up. Shut up.
Kill me, man! Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man!
I'm not going to kill you. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
However, Batman Returns is almost equally as good as Batman 1989, and I believe that because the villain is just as good, and they changed the atmosphere to a more Christmassy style, which I love, and I especially love this in Arkham City and Arkham Origins because they have the same-ish style. However, Batman Returns introduces Catwoman and the Penguin as the villain, and I think this film perfectly wraps up Michael Keaton's Batman in a way that feels strangely weird while also really, really, really interesting because of what could possibly happen. And Batman Returns is really unique because of the fact that it always surprises you, and Danny DeVito really does one hell of a job in this movie. He, to me, kind of just feels like the Penguin in almost every way. Like, it's almost disturbingly how much he feels like the Penguin. Like, it's really weird. But, I mean, the man is really good. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone do better at acting as the Penguin than him. I mean, to be fair, he's essentially the only one for the movies, but it really is something to see. There he is.
Don't adjust your sets. Welcome to the Oswald Cobblepot School of Driving. Gentlemen,
Start your screaming.
start your screaming.
You know, this really looks like a freaking... reminds me a lot of the Lego game. Yo, the penguin is going crazy.
Maybe this is a bad time to mention
But my
this,
license is
but my
expired.
license is expired.
Please try that knockout. Yeah, he couldn't even see me.
Just relax. I'll take care of the
hit the
squealing,
pinhead
wretched
puppets of
pinhead
Gotham.
puppets of Gotham.
Yo, he's got like 30 cars. He's dying over here. Taking out the whole city. That was an arcade remote control game.
You gotta admit,
You
I
can see
played
me
this
like a
stinking
heart
city
from
like a
hell.
heart from hell.
It's like spawn robots in the bottom of the car.
Helpless old lady at 12
Hey.
o'clock eye.
That was a close one. There he is. Start your screaming.
It's funny. All right, now I'm a little worried.
You know, this really looks like a freaking... reminds me a lot of the Lego game. Personally, my favorite Batman villain of all time is the Riddler, which I said earlier, and then the Joker, and then third, it's kind of hard for me to say, but my third favorite Batman villain of all time is Scarecrow. Scarecrow is awesome. I'm now on to Batman Forever from 1995, only taking place 3 years later, same as Batman Returns from Batman 1989. And this movie, most notably, the only reason I actually watched this multiple times is because Jim Carrey is funny as hell in this movie. It might be a bad movie overall, but he is perfect as the Riddler. And I really like, if this movie was anywhere but comparable to the previous ones, you could argue that if this was actually like a good movie, also directed by Tim Burton, and they kept Michael Keaton, and they just had Jim Carrey as the Riddler like in this one, you could it possibly would have been the greatest Batman film ever, like period, like even today.
If I was a superhero, where would I hide? Spank me.
Intruder knowledge. Intruder knowledge.
Intruder alert! Intruder alert! Shut up!
Now that's impressive.
You know, it's always risky introducing a tamed animal into the wild. They may have trouble adapting to their new environment.
Somebody tell the fat lady she's on in 5.
Batman Forever has a certain charm to it, but also it has this like futuristic feel, and it's really corny. But I think that's due to Jim Carrey as the Riddler, and then making the villains kind of more like the '60s show. No, I really do think Jim Carrey is really good in this film, and as like the audio you just heard, like it's pretty funny. Like honestly just looks like he's just having a lot of fun in this film, and I think that's one of the reasons why I actually watched this film multiple times, is because he's really funny in here. And not just because he's Jim Carrey, he actually seems like he's trying to make it a decent like Batman film, and that's the only reason why this is worth watching. And the only reason why I would watch it with somebody is because he's so funny in here. It's just Joy Gas. So funny, man. It's one of my favorite performances by an actor for a villain. And I'm still arguing today which Riddler was better, Paul Dano's Riddler or Jim Carrey's, and I'm leaning towards Jim Carrey's because of the really funny, corny side. And it's just really unique, and it's something I haven't really seen before, except by him. But yeah, what can I say about this film? Other than this movie is terrible. Not to mention, a lot of people say this movie is actually not half bad because they think it's comparable to the '60s show, which I can understand, and I know it's not the dumbest opinion, but it's just not true. Like, this wasn't supposed to be comparable to the '60s show. This was supposed to be comparable to The Dark Knight Returns, Arkham Asylum, like actual, like the dark Batman comics, not the like freaking corny and cheesy ones where he's fighting aliens and shit. Like, no one cares about that one. The thing that makes it even worse, the guy who created Batman, Bob Kane, went to see this film only like a week before he died. And I think it's safe to say he would have been better off just not going. Like, this movie was so bad that George Clooney publicly apologized to the fans about it. Like, it's just terrible. Like, the villains in the movie were really cringy, embarrassing, corny, cheesy, whatever you want to say. They were terrible. Arnold Schwarzenegger actually isn't half bad because some of the jokes are decent, but besides that, everything is terrible. Like, no lie, just don't watch this film unless you want to, like, watch it with your friends and stuff, which is kind of fun. And honestly, I've watched terrible films with friends and it's funny, but that's a different story. Now, let's move on to Batman Begins, which in some people's eyes, it's actually sort of a perfection, a perfect trilogy, which actually I think is also true. The Dark Knight trilogy is actually probably the best superhero trilogy of all time. I'm not even going to try to argue or deny that. It's just facts. And Batman Begins, the guy who's the actor for Scarecrow in that film is insanely good. Cillian Murphy does a fantastic job as acting as Scarecrow. And Scarecrow is my third favorite villain, but he's one of the most interesting villains because he taps on more of the psychological and horror aspect, which is my favorite aspect overall of like anything. Like that's like probably like if you ask me what favorite genres, it's either gonna be horror or action. Like just like one of those, and maybe action romance, but that's for another day. But yeah, Christian Bale, who is actor for Batman, is really funny and also awesome and super good, like super interesting. Feels like Batman to me. Also, he does a perfect Bruce Wayne, I think, because Bruce Wayne is kind of supposed to be like an asshole, and he is an asshole in Batman Begins and the Dark Knight trilogy overall. Like, he just, like, plain out is, like, an asshole. Like, there's not anything about it. Like, he's just, like, trying to be, like, me. Like, just, like, it's funny. I really like that because that's really accurate to the comics. And it's also really just accurate, period, like, overall to, like, to Bruce Wayne. Because Batman is Bruce Wayne's true identity. And if it wasn't, then when the lasso of truth went around him by Wonder Woman, he would have said his identity is Bruce Wayne, but no, he said it was Batman. So, proves my point. Yo. Delivering package. Damn. The heck?
Hey. Stice.
Bro, Batman being crazy. Why would you walk there, man? What the fuck are you doing? Man. Watch out.
Stice.
Gold battering. It's a symbol.
What?
You see something?
What?
Man, these guys chilling.
Better check it.
No, that's a bad idea, yeah. And run for his life. Yo, what the hell up?
There's a problem out here. You better bail.
You think so? It's obviously a problem, man. Batman is all the way up there. He's gonna take you out. This guy stands no chance. It's like Arkham. It's like beginning of the game. Who are you?
What the hell are you?
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
Another thing about Batman Begins is that Scarecrow is amazing in this film. The actor for him is insane. Like, I actually personally picture him as Scarecrow, while I also picture the one from Arkham Knight as Scarecrow too. Cillian Murphy's really good, and the Liam Neeson for Ra's al Ghul is insanely good. And that's kind of what it starts out with, and that's who I thought would be the villain at first. But no, it turned out to be Scarecrow, which is insane. And I never thought they would end up working together, because, well, Ra's al Ghul usually, I mean, he has things to do with Batman, but he also doesn't seem to be the type of guy to work with another villain that isn't trying to, like, help him specifically. It's kind of more, it kind of confused me a bit, but I also really liked how they did it, because having two villains in a movie is better than just having one. And also, Dark Knight. What can I say about this film? And I'm not trying to say that like freaking Batman and Robin, that film's terrible. I'm saying this in a really good way, because this is probably the best superhero film of all time. You know, it's not my favorite. Overall, like, if you look at the ratings and just like fans, like you'd probably ask fans what the best superhero of all time is. I mean, the best superhero movie of all time is. This is at least going to be in the top 3. I guarantee it. And it's because the job that Heath Ledger does as a Joker. The fact that he dies shortly after the movie's released adds even more, makes the movie even better, which is kind of, I don't really want to sound like a psychopath or anything, but it is true. The movie, people do see the movie as better because he died, and it's like it's almost like the fact that he died but his character didn't makes his character kind of live on forever in the minds of the fans, while also not really ever coming back. However, I wonder what happened if he didn't die. Maybe he would have been the villain in the third movie, but I also think Bane is awesome. However, reason this is regarded as one of the greatest superhero movies of all time is because the action scenes and the fighting scenes are awesome. The suit is essentially perfect, I think. There's a lot of good lines in here that Christian Bale does an even better job in here than did in Batman Begins. Two-Face in it also. It's just a stellar lineup of actors. And Heath Ledger is god tier in this film. Like, overall, he's just perfect. The Dark Knight is one of the greatest films of all time because of Heath Ledger's performance in this scene Mainly because the acting and the quotes are really memorable, and this scene arguably is one of the greatest performances ever by an actor. I personally really, really love this film because of the fact that it's immortalized in the minds of the fans and also in the film industry as one of the greatest superhero films ever, just because of the fact that Heath Ledger died. It makes this film way, way more powerful. And I'm not saying that as a bad thing, but it makes this one of the most interesting and best pieces of art in the film industry. I love this film so much because it represents Batman from the comics personally, a really dark tone of the Joker, and a super dark tone of Gotham and Batman's universe, which is one of the reasons why I think this makes sense to be ranked as the best superhero movie of all time, just because of the fact that this actor immortalized himself in the film industry with one of the most captivating performances ever.
Harvey Dent never made it home.
Of course not.
What have you done with him?
Me? I was right here. Who did you leave him with? Your people? Assuming, of course, that they are still your people and not Maroni's. Does it depress you, Commissioner, to know just how alone you really are? Does it make you feel responsible for Harvey Dent's current predicament?
Where is he?
What's the time?
What difference does that make?
Well, depending on the time, he may be in one spot or several.
If we're gonna play games, I'm gonna need a cup of coffee.
The good cop, bad cop routine?
Not exactly.
Never start with the head. The victim gets all fuzzy. He can't feel the neck. See?
You wanted me. Here I am.
I wanted to see what you'd do. And you didn't disappoint. You let 5 people die. Then you let Dent take your place. Even to a guy like me, that's cold.
Where's Dent?
Those mob fools want you gone so they can get back to the way things were. But I know the truth. There's no going back. You've changed things. Forever.
And why'd you want to kill me?
I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. No, you complete me.
You're garbage. You kills for money.
Don't talk like one of them. You're not. Even if you'd like to be. To them, you're just a freak. Like me. They need you right now. When they don't, they'll cast you out. Like a leper. See, their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
You have all these rules, and you think they'll save you.
Who's in control?
I have one rule. Oh, then that's the rule you'll have to break to know the truth.
Which is?
The only sensible way to live in this world is without rules. And tonight, you're gonna break your one rule.
And The Dark Knight Rises. God, this is an amazing film.
Not as serious as yours, I fear.
Bane.
Let's not stand on ceremony here, Mr. Wayne. Patience cost you your strength. Victory has defeated you. Theatricality and deception. Powerful agents to the uninitiated. But we are initiated, aren't we, Bruce?
Members of the League of Shadows. And you betrayed us. Yes, you were excommunicated by a gang of psychopaths. I am the League of Shadows.
I am here to fulfill Ra's al Ghul's destiny. You fight like a younger man. There's nothing held back. It's admirable, but mistaken. You think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blight. The shadows betray you because they belong to me. I will show you where I have made my home whilst preparing to bring justice. Then I will break you.
There's so many reasons why this is my favorite film. My favorite Batman film, I mean. And I think it has to start with Tom Hardy. I also like him as Venom. Venom was actually one of my favorite movies also. But as Bane, I argue he did a better job as Bane than Heath Ledger did as Joker. Now that might be a really hot take, and it's kind of hard to back it up. But rewatching the movies, I still feel kind of the same. However, that's just my thoughts. Also, Catwoman's in this film, which is Anne Hathaway is decent at Catwoman. I mean, actually, she's pretty good in this film, but I still like the one from Batman Returns a lot more. However, The reason I kind of like this film more than Dark Knight is because there's a lot of life lessons in this film, and there's also a lot of villains in here I actually really like. Like same with the other one, but Ra's al Ghul comes back, which he was in the first one. But I also kind of liked how Scarecrow came back too, and there's a lot of guys like I said, there's a lot of villains in here that personally I know from the games and um, comics, TV shows, and I don't know. I just really like the film overall. Like, it's just personally like my favorite Batman film. That might be kind of hard to back up, but it is my favorite, and I do really, really like Tom Hardy as Bane. He did a perfect no, he did such a good job as Bane. Every time I see Bane, that's who I think of. Like the Joker, like I usually think of the one from Arkham Asylum, which is kind of some people like, oh yeah, that's kind of weird. You should probably think of the one from Dark Knight, but nah, I actually think of the one from Arkham Asylum because Mark Hamill's Joker, that one is crazy. Now he might be also Luke Skywalker, and that's who most people know him as, but I also know him as the Joker. And I was talking to my cousin about about different Jokers and stuff. And I was saying, oh yeah, you know like Mark Hamill's Joker from the Batman the animated series, which is also amazing. All the Arkham games, and especially my favorite Arkham game, which is Arkham Knight. It's also kind of a hot take, but mainly, and I'll get to this later because I'm in the movie section. Let's move on to Batman v Superman. Alright, Batman v Superman is it's okay. Like I actually rewatched it with my friend Michael during last year, like during the summer. I mean, sure, this was at like almost like 2 a.m., but it wasn't terrible. Like I actually kind of liked how they I actually did personally kind of like Batman's like backstory in here a tiny bit, but I think they made Superman look kind of dumb and like kind of they made Superman look weaker than he really was. And I don't know if that was the point or if that was just like kind of like part of the movie because Lex Luthor was in it and also Apocalypse was in it. And I did actually really, really, really like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor, which a lot of people don't like him as Lex Luthor, but I actually did like him as Lex Luthor a lot because he's one of my favorite actors, and I also thought he actually didn't do a half bad job as Lex Luthor. But I also kind of like that it was like a really long film because there was a lot in here. Like rewatching it, it's actually like rewatching like the full like 3 hour 20-minute cut. It's actually really like not bad. I'd say like it's better and it's like kind of leaning towards good, but it's also like I don't know. It's okay. I mean, it adds a lot, like gave me a lot of different perspectives on Gotham City and stuff because of the fact that they changed a lot of the of like well, they made Batman look more like a killer in this film, which is kind of one of the reasons why I don't like it. And I feel like that's fair because Batman's not really supposed to kill. And I'm fine with him killing one guy in the movies. I'm fine with him killing, like, oh yeah, the Joker, because they don't want to have, like, 5 other movies with Joker. Like, that's fine. But, like, when you kill, like, 30 people for no reason, and you're killing terrorists, that just doesn't feel like Batman to me. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like the film. But the 3-hour cut is okay. And it's leaning towards, like, slightly good. Mainly because Superman and Batman conflicts are kind of interesting. And next, we move on to one of, if not more like, probably the most talked about thing about Batman you'll hear this year is the Batman film, which I watched it twice in the theaters actually, and I really liked it. But the first time, and I said it was my favorite Batman film, and I rewatched it the second time, and I kind of changed my opinion back to Dark Knight Rises because I felt like the Batman had not enough action, and there wasn't really a satisfactory climax, like as much as there was in Dark Knight Rises. However, it's really close. Like, I'm like neck and neck between like which one is my favorite. And also, I really, really, really liked Paul Dano as the Riddler. A lot of the shots I saw in the film were really up close, like medium close-up shots on like certain on like objects and letters, which I think added a really fun and interesting like take on how to use medium close-ups and stuff. Like I'm kind of just saying this because I was in film class, but I noticed a lot of things that I probably wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't in film class than as if I would. And I kind of really liked how I had that perspective going into the film. And I actually think that I actually enjoyed it more because of that. Because I was able to notice, hey, like that shot is that one's like a close up because his face is like leaning towards the camera. And then like this one, oh yeah, they can't like there's like this like letter he's picking up. Oh yeah, it's like a medium close up on like the letter, but it's also like and then it's also like turns into extreme close up. Like I also thought it was like really interesting because like a lot of like the angles and like shots that I like saw before were kind of just like, oh yeah, it's just like stuff in like movies. It's like camera moving around, but it's actually a lot more than that. And I got a different perspective than I would have gotten if I wasn't somewhat pretty interested in like doing like film stuff, and I thought it was pretty cool. And I kind of like when I get a different perspective from a movie I see in the theater, because it's really fun. And I really liked this film. I liked how Paul Dano was the Riddler, because the Riddler was my favorite Batman villain of all time, and my favorite supervillain of all time. My second is also a DC supervillain. It's Reverse Flash. And then my third, it's a really awesome villain, is Magneto from X-Men. And I always kind of thought, like my dad always kind of said, like, oh yeah, the Joker is like the best villain because, well, he's just, like, there's really no greater villain than him because of the fact that he's the complete opposite of the hero, which is actually pretty awesome. Like I really like how it's like that. Personally, that's one of the coolest, like that's the best way to do like a superhero, a supervillain thing. In this film, I had a lot, and I really liked James Gordon in this film, the actor did a really good job. It actually it gave me a different perspective because most of the other times, like, James Gordon is like white, and I actually thought it was pretty awesome that he was that they like. I actually really like the actor. Like, it was pretty cool. And he's one of my. Actually, I think I saw him in other movies too, but the guy for the Penguin was pretty cool too, and I really liked Robert Pattinson, and he had like an emo tone, which is pretty cool. Overall, good film, and I can't wait to see the Batman 2. If there's a specific type of entertainment on TV that gives us really complex stories, it's through TV shows. And Batman, the animated series, does numbers on that, providing a really good, engaging plot. It takes a lot of inspiration from Tim Burton's Batman. Okay, so a lot of the TV shows have kind of tried different takes on the Dark Knight. Some with Justice League, some with Robin, and some by themselves. However, with Batman, they tend to use him in almost anything because there's no really set personality he has to bear. More so, there's a preferred one, being a Dark Knight inspired from the Dark Knight Returns comic. Most notably, these Batman TV shows bring versions of Batman from the comics we don't get to see on the big screen at our televisions at home. And it's something I genuinely admire, especially since these shows mostly have great storytelling because the source material is beyond interesting and really engaging. There's really nothing like watching a good Batman TV show because you get a different perspective and like characters you haven't really been introduced yet because they don't have time for it in like the movies, and there's a lot of comics. It's something so unique about making a Batman TV show. You can link to the story, which puts a lot of pressure, which takes a lot of pressure from the director back because they can use all the source material without having to remove parts of it, which personally I think is really, really awesome. And it's one of the things that stands out with using TV shows instead of using movies, because you can use as much of the source material as you want rather than just a specific section of it. And that's one of the reasons why I personally like some superhero TV shows more than the movies, because the story is way more in depth. And when it comes to Batman TV shows and cartoons, I always think of Batman the Animated Series, and I feel like it kind of brought that type of entertainment for superhero shows to life because of how popular it was. And the writing in that show was insanely good. And it was super entertaining for children and adults, which I think added a lot of viewers to it. And the villains have a ton of depth. Personally, like, I really, really like the Joker voiced by Mark Hamill. I mean, I know Mark Hamill's Luke Skywalker, but I also know him as a Joker, which is pretty insane because a lot of people don't actually know he was a Joker. And he's actually one of my favorites because of the animated series and because of the Arkham games. Personally, I really like how they did that. And it's one of the best animated shows of all time. My second favorite is probably Batman Beyond. I'm saying probably because I'm not entirely sure. But I do really, really enjoy the cyberpunk aspect of Gotham City. And I love sci-fi cartoons and period, just like the genre in general. So it kind of like, for me, it was like my favorite superhero character and one of probably my favorite genre of all time combined. And I think that's why I liked it so much. Even though I liked the animated series a tiny bit more because of how they did the villains, I really, really like Batman Beyond's atmosphere more personally. And also, the Batman animated series, The Batman, was one of my favorites, mainly because it kind of brought back the theme of just Batman by himself, and I really, really like that more than anything. Like I know like Robin's a really cool character, and I also like Nightwing and Red Hood and Batgirl and Catwoman, and yeah, I like a lot of those characters also, but there's nothing really more interesting than watching Batman psychologically handle and fight supervillains that feel like real people almost. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I really, really like this animated show also. And it's my third favorite. And it was also the first solo series for Bruce Wayne as, you know, the Batman. And I don't know, I really, really like it. And I think brings me to this point where a lot of people I know personally either like the Batman just by himself or the Batman like kind of with like sidekicks and stuff. And I feel like those are two types of people, because the people that like Batman by himself, the people who kind of watch the movies and maybe play some of the games and maybe a few of the TV shows. The people who watch, the people who like Batman with like sidekicks and stuff are more so the people that read the comics, like a lot of the comics, and like probably watch like a lot of the TV shows and like animated stuff. And I feel like the people who like the Bat family are kind of like separated, and like personally I enjoy both. Like I really like Robin as a character. Like my favorite's probably Jason Todd because of how he turned into Red Hood, and I personally love that timeline. However, a lot of the people I know don't really like Robin that much. I mean, like my dad doesn't really like him that much, but I personally think because like it's kind of like cheesy. But a lot of my friends think he's like Robin's a pretty awesome character, and I also personally like Robin in general because, well, he's basically just a younger version of Batman. Like there's not really like that's basically it. Like it's not like, oh yeah, Robin just this like annoying side character or anything. He's actually like his super interesting character. However, like Batgirl and some other sidekicks are kind of cheesy, to be honest, and like kind of corny. But overall, I think if you're looking at Robin from like a personal and like physical standpoint, he is pretty much like Batman, but kind of smarter. It's not really that much smarter though, because Batman, like with prep time, can easily do anything. I feel like, however, I also feel like the TV shows, superhero TV shows in general, present a point parts of the story that really aren't seen and like on the big screen and like on television, because the people who make the movies don't really care that much about that story, or like care really anything about some of these side characters, because they would have to build them up and stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why I personally like my favorite TV show of all time is The Flash television, the CW show. I mean, sure, that's not Batman related, but that is like one example of like a pretty good TV show that actually, personally, if that was like a movie, it would be a lot worse. And I think because you can spread out different like storylines and characters and villains and their like backstories and stuff, you can develop a way better story than you could with just a movie, and even maybe like just like a video game. I mean, a video game is actually probably one of the best types of media to use for making like a superhero, like presenting like a superhero story, because the player is the one who is like actually playing the story and like being that character. And I feel like the TV shows and video games are sometimes connected, and same with the comics, but the comics are kind of separated a tiny bit, because the comics are kind of their own thing, but they also do actually connect a lot with the TV shows. And the only thing that's really separate from that is, well, the movies, because the movies kind of the Hollywood take on like stuff is completely different from the comics. Because in the comics, Batman doesn't kill. The TV shows, Batman, I don't know, he doesn't necessarily kill, but at the same time, I don't know. It's what I'm saying is, he basically doesn't kill. Period. Like in the TV shows, comics, and video games. And when he does kill, it's not like he doesn't care. He actually like it breaks his character. Like that's what happened in Arkham City, and it also is why he actually tries so hard not to kill people, because if he does, he's no better than the villains. And I think that's why Batman's character is so interesting, because he wants to do things by the book and not have anyone die, which is one of the hardest things for a superhero ever to do. Even if they are trying their best, it really does take a mental and physical toll on you over time. And I also really like how those three types of media are essentially connected when done right. Like the video games, like the Arkham video games, personally, I feel have a way better connection to the comics than the movies probably ever will. And I think that's because those games are like 20 hours a piece. However, the movies can have a good connection to the comics. It's just they kind of have to be really long. And the problem is you can only select certain points in the comics, because a movie's like 2 hours, 3 hours. TV show, you can have like as much as you want, as long as like the people, like the fans, like, and it goes on for a while. Like you'd have like one season is like 4 or 5 hours, 6 hours of content. So it's like pretty much like at least three times more than a movie. And it's one of the reasons why I feel like TV shows in general are a better format to use for a longer story than movies, because of the fact that you can stretch out the backstory and character development as long as you want. And that's what I think about Batman TV shows. So this is how it ends. It's been a fun ride, you know. I've had a lot of things going on during this podcast. And I wonder, will I ever do this again? Okay. The video games. Every Batman video game has a certain tone to it, whether it be the Lego games or the Arkham games. They both represent a version of Batman in a more in-depth way. I say this because, well, you play as Batman, you are Batman, essentially. Decide what Batman does in these situations and how he fights. There is no one way to play Batman games, because the games present us with multiple ways to get past a section. What I love about the Arkham games is that we get to embark on a story told by this gritty and unforgiving atmosphere of Batman villains the biggest comparison between the games and other types of visual representations of Batman is, well, the shows. Because great storytelling and really interesting villains. The movies have good action scenes as well as the games, but the comics present us with unforgettable moments, and the characters, well, games are pretty much, like, I personally think the best representation of how characters should be done. Like the Arkham games, we get to play these experiences in our own ways, and I think that is something truly special. Okay, the first Batman game I ever played was Batman the Lego game. This game, personally, I really enjoyed because, well, it was it wasn't the first Lego game I played, but it was it was the second one. And ever since I played that game, I wondered, huh, is this the best Batman game? Or is this game kind of boring? Because, well, Batman the Lego game, personally, is one of my favorite games of all time. Because, well, it was the first Batman Lego game had no voice acting in it. Second one did, and the third one did also. But the first one presented me with, like, it kind of presented everyone with a feel of, like, what the Batman universe is, like, overall. Because you get to play as Batman and Robin, fighting basically every Batman villain, like the most popular ones at least. Joker, Harley Quinn, Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, Penguin, the Riddler. All these villains are represented in a way that represents the corny and cheesy side, while also the dark and gritty atmospheric side. And I never could get over how fun playing a game where no matter what, every time you die, you instantaneously come back. And it's just I don't know, it was just like a fun casual game to play. And I really liked how they used the Batman story comics, and they actually took a lot of inspiration off the Batman Tim Burton movies, and I think they took inspiration off Batman Begins and Batman the Animated Series, because there were a lot of themes I personally found that were in Lego Batman that were also in those visual representations of Batman, especially the Tim Burton Batman movie, the first one, and some of the second because of Penguin. Mainly because the suit, to me, looked like the one from the Tim Burton movie, and I think that's what they were going for. Like, it looks essentially the one that basically is the one from the Tim Burton movie. And I think that's pretty awesome, because that's like that's the most notable representation of Batman I can think of, because that was the first one that got really popular, and most people to this day like would recognize the suit if you're a Batman fan. And I think that is something truly special. I also really, really, really love how the first Batman Lego game felt kind of similar to Arkham Asylum and Dark Knight Returns comic. because some of the themes, well, they had the dark, gritty atmosphere from Dark Knight Returns, and then you had like the Arkhamish feel from Arkham Asylum with like the Joker, Harley Quinn, Scarecrow, and all these other guys. And I think they just nailed it on that. However, Lego Batman 2 is arguably the most memorable, popular, and most interesting Lego game of all time. There's two types of people for this game. The people who played the DS version, the people who played the 360 PS3 version. The reason I'm saying there's two different types of people of these games, because the DS version kind of added more story to it. Like, I played both, but I played the DS version more. But the PS3, Xbox 360 version was like more of a fast-paced, action-y feel to it with like kind of movie style. Because the PS3 and Xbox 360 version was completely open world. However, the DS version wasn't. And I personally feel like whichever side you're going for, either or is really fun. And I think the story they made for it with the Joker teaming up with Lex Luthor and trying to taking out Superman and Batman, because Lego Batman 2, Batman has to work with Superman to save, well, Gotham and Metropolis. And I really, really liked how they did that, because the Joker and Lex Luthor teaming up, like, if you just say that, doesn't really seem like it would work that well. But they did it perfectly, and I think it's because of the cheesy, corny feel of it. Because it's kind of what Lego games are. And I really, really love that. To this day, I basically remember every single mission in Lego Batman 2 because of the fact that I played it 20 times on the DS. I don't even know why I played it that much. I think it was because like the only game I really liked on there. And that was back when I was like 9 or 8. The game was so fun. That was the second game I got on my DS. And I have so many memories from that game. And it actually personally introduced me to Batman and Superman, kind of. Because you kind of get to see Superman's like side of the story. And Batman's side of the story, kind of like Injustice 2. And I think that this could very well be the greatest Lego game of all time, just because of the fact that they nailed the voice acting, storytelling, characters, and they nailed almost every mission, because they kind of went for more of like a Justice League style of game, because, well, you literally get to play as basically almost all the members in the Justice League. Well, you also get to play Batman's side of the story and Superman's side of the story, and then you get to play some of the Justice League members. And I really, really love how somehow they linked Batman and Superman's story together in just the simplest way possible, bringing their villains together. Arguably the two best villains in DC history, Joker and Lex Luthor. I mean, I'd argue Reverse Flash is the best one. However, the Joker and Lex Luthor is an unforgettable combination of supervillains. And I personally think if the movies took inspiration from that and somehow adapted that, that might be the greatest superhero movie of all time, because they had the Justice League in there, and they had a compelling story for Batman and Superman while also making Joker and Lex Luthor really interesting at the same time, while it just being a Lego game. Like it's literally just a Lego game. There's not like they're not. It's not supposed to be anything special. All it's supposed to be is just a standard kind of middle of the road Lego game that you just like look at GameStop, and you end up buying it because you think it looks kind of cool. This ended up being like a masterpiece. Like I still to this day, if anyone asks what's one of the best Lego games you should play, Lego Batman 2. I don't care if you played on DS, 360, PS3, whatever. It's one of the greatest superhero games of all time, just because of the storytelling. I don't even care. It's that game. That game essentially made me like the DC comic universe more than the Marvel comic universe. And I'm not talking about the movies. I'm talking about the comics in general, because Lego Batman 2 takes a lot of inspiration from Justice League movies, not the live action ones. I'm in the animated ones. Batman animated series, and a lot of like Superman comics too, and Batman comics, because they tried to like make something that was had a lot of like fan service in it, and they wanted people to get to like the game, not because it was a Lego game, because it was a Batman game. And I think that was the first, well, not the first, but I think, yeah, actually, that was the first Lego game that I felt like could be truly recognized as one of the greatest games of all time. Because the other Lego games were kind of just like, they're kind of just like off the movies and stuff. They're not that good. This game, however, blew my entire mind. Because at first I was like, oh yeah, Lego Star Wars, it's just on the movies and stuff, and I kind of really like that game. Lego Batman kind of reminds me of Tim Burton Batman, and it's kind of unique. I do really like it. But Lego Batman 2, that game, I'd say, is like one of the most memorable moments of my childhood. Just because they nailed the story to a point where I still remember it. And it's just a Lego game. There's not like anything notable about it. Like, it's supposed to just be like, that's all it's supposed to be, just a Lego game. But they ended up actually making one of the greatest games of all time, while also just making a really fun game. And I personally think that in itself, just because of the story aspect, should be recognized as one of the greatest games of all time, because they nailed the comic aspect, story aspect, gameplay aspect. I think it was like the first Lego game to have like more than like 200 characters or 100 characters or something. There's not anything else I could say about this game. It's one of the funnest games I've ever played in my life. And I love that game to death. Lego Batman 3. I was more hyped for this game than almost any game at the time, just because I really, 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 really like Lego games, like just period. Like I at the time I just try to play like almost any Lego game. And Lego Batman 3 hits so hard. Brainiac? That was unexpected. Alright. I didn't really watch any of the trailers for it, mainly because I was kind of just like, I kind of, at first, it was like, this kind of came out of nowhere. But then I was like, huh. Is this gonna be good? Not really sure. I was like, wait. I think this could live up to Lego Batman 2. I mean, it could. But I wasn't really sure. And I first played it with my cousin.
Good night, Koba.
Oh, good night. And when I played with my cousin, that was one of the funnest games I've ever played in my life. Just because of the fact that they added, like, the voice acting was perfect. The game felt really smooth. And what made it even better is that it was sci-fi. Like I was talking about, like Batman Beyond. That's one of my favorite shows of all time, just because of the sci-fi aspect and the atmosphere. And I really, really love when they actually are able to nail the sci-fi aspect. Because if you can nail the sci-fi aspect, then we're talking. Then I end up either getting into the game or being like, this is kind of a cool concept and all, but it's like, gameplay kind of sucks. But no, the gameplay in Lego Batman 3 was fire. I really liked how they had like the team stuff and where you had to use different characters like power-ups and stuff. I mean, like not power-ups, but like skills. And I personally really liked how they made a unique story like the last one. And what I didn't notice at first was that the second one actually kind of hinted towards what was going to happen in the third one, which I didn't notice until I beat the third one a few years later, was that there was a Brainiac character in the second one. And I only really noticed that because my cousin beat the game 100%. Lego Batman 2 I'm talking about. And I kind of was like, you know what? I feel like Lego Batman 3 was one of the most anticipated games while me not really knowing about it. Because like I was like at the time I was kind of just like, I was like, I don't know if it's gonna come out or not. I didn't really care that much personally. But I was really looking forward to it if it was gonna come out. Because I didn't really want to get my hopes up. And then when it came out, that's when I was like, y'all really made the game. That's crazy. Because I loved Lego Batman 2 so much. I was waiting for Lego Batman 3 forever. I think it was like 4 or 5 years. I don't remember. It was I know it felt like a while. And that was one of, and when you're waiting that long for a game, it wasn't even really like too big of a game. It was just a Lego game. Like it's not like, oh yeah, I'm waiting for like, I don't know, freaking like the new Mass Effect or something like that. No, it was just a Lego game. Like Lego games are pretty awesome, but they're just like they're not the biggest things on the planet. However, I love Lego Batman 3 to death. I've played it 4 times, I think. Because I beat it once with my cousin, once with my friend Josh, once by myself, and then I also beat it with 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 one of my other friends. And that game, from the start, I had a feeling when I started playing the game with my cousin on like the week it came out, I had a feeling that it was going to be one of the greatest Lego games, if not games personally that I like played ever, because they went to space. They really did it. Batman really went to space in a Lego game. The funny thing is, I didn't even really like. I was like, wait, huh? We're going to space? What the hell? How did we get this far? It's like, wait, they got a whole freak. Like, I don't. Brainiac is the only reason Brainiac is one of my favorite villains of all time is because of Lego Batman 3. That game was like, wait, who the hell is Brainiac? I never heard of that guy. I was like, huh? Like, I legit at that time, like, I think it was like 2015, 2016. I'd never heard of Brainiac before, which is kind of crazy because Brainiac now is one of my favorite villains of all time just because I saw him in Lego Batman 3 and he was one of the most interesting Lego villains. Probably, I personally think he's like the gold standard for Lego villains. The guy's voice acting for him was so funny. Well, also really believable actually. Like you could like I actually thought the guy was like he actually felt like Brainiac at the time, even though he was like kind of cheesy. He was like that's what Lego games are supposed to be, and I know like I kind of took them a bit too seriously and stuff because just kind of what I did. And I was like, huh. Like, is Lego Batman 3 really that good? Because I never thought I could have some, like a game like that live up to the hype of Lego Batman 2. And I was like, wait. You're telling me we actually have a sci-fi Lego game that's really interesting, and keep in mind, besides Star Wars, this was the first like sci-fi Lego game in general, like period. Because Batman, Batman went to space to team up with the freaking villains and Justice League, and man, that was so funny. That may or may not be the one of the coolest twists in like a video game I've seen. Because I never thought they would use the villains as the good guys, and then have them turn on them. Like, what the heck? Like, they actually did that? It's crazy. I didn't actually know they would do that at first. I was like, wait, what? Like, damn. It's like, huh. This shit is fire. the reason I think I like that game so much is because it felt so much like a Batman game, while also it felt more like a kind of felt, not gonna lie, it kind of felt like a Superman game because Brainiac's one of Superman's villains. He actually, in the comics, he destroys Krypton, and I personally, man, Brainiac, no lie, is one of the greatest freaking villains of all time, and I don't even know why I liked him so much because of just freaking one Lego game. It's a Lego game that I think I like so much because fan service, nostalgia, sci-fi, and the fact that the story actually was leading up to that game, which I didn't really know at first, and I kind of figured that out like later on. But if you're including that, I would say like build up is actually one of the big fact, like one of the reasons the game is so good. It's because building up a Lego game, like they don't, I haven't seen that like ever. Like even to this day, I haven't seen them build up a Lego game, like a Lego franchise, like just for one final game. Like you can look at all the other games, they never did that. Even in like Lego Marvel superheroes, they never built up one villain like they did in Lego Batman. Because well, Lego Batman's the only one with like canonically three games. Because there's Lego Marvel Superheroes 1 and 2, and there's also the Avengers one, which is three games. However, there's no Lego Marvel Superheroes 3. So it's kind of like, Lego Batman's the only one with three games. And there's also Lego DC Supervillains, which I'd argue is kind of what Lego Marvel Avengers means to, the Lego Marvel trilogy. And I think because of all that, and because they introduced the Green Lantern characters, and all these, they basically did everything they possibly could with Lego Batman 3 to make it the final, most impactful game of the series. And where you thought it would end is actually just the beginning. Which is kind of insane. And I'm not gonna lie, I really, really love this game. And I still kind of like Lego Batman 2 more, personally. However, this game was a lot more polished. Gameplay was better. There are a lot more characters, more levels, slightly better story, and personally, like if you're looking at Justice League, Batman, Superman wise, like it actually had a lot of fan service in it, and there's a lot of nostalgia. And I think they did everything they possibly could with this Lego game, just to, conclude it, finalize the game. And I think that's why I love it. Alright, now we're on to the Arkham games, which my favorite gaming trilogy of all time. This gaming trilogy was the funnest thing I did during all of Corona. Like, I bought these literally like right after sophomore year. And I never had more fun in my life. Played all 4 games. Started with Asylum, which I gotta talk about. Asylum is crazy. I think that's the closest superhero game to a horror like atmosphere I've ever seen. Because Arkham Asylum itself is like a haunted house, like period. Like it's like you could kind of like you could easily see it as a haunted house. And I think that adds a lot of suspense and a really unique and interesting atmosphere just because the Joker and Scarecrow, Bane, Harley Quinn, and like these weird and like a lot of weird like Riddler like stuff, and also Killer Croc. That man is crazy in this game. That that freaking boss fight. Oh my god, I felt like I was in a nightmare or something. I'm not even gonna lie. I know like overall that part wasn't even really that scary if you look kind of closely, but I was scared to death. I'm not even gonna lie. And freaking Joker, man, he, like, there was so much build up to each boss fight that I felt like I was going through some weird like I don't know like fever dream of like haunted house people or some shit like clowns and freaking scarecrows and all these like weird things. Like I'd never really experienced something like that until I played the game. And I know I played it during Corona, and I know the game came out in like 2009, but that's one of the funnest games I've ever played in my life, and probably if not my favorite superhero game of all time, just because of how accurate it is to the comics, and from what it takes away from some of the movies and TV shows, especially from the Batman TV show. I mean, the game is never too hard, but it's never too easy, and adaptive AI is so good. It's perfect in the Arkham games. I don't. There's only a few other games that I think have better adaptive AI, and sure those games are also really, 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 really good. But my God, man, mother, Arkham Asylum is so good. I feel like I channeled my inner Batman by playing that game. Like I was literally acting like Batman. I was playing like Batman. I felt like I was Batman. And the graphics, like if you play the remastered collection, the graphics live up to today. You know that collection came out still decent a while ago. Graphics do live up to today's standards, and I feel like that's personally something amazing. Just because, well, if they live up to today's standards, then I mean, why not play them? I mean, they're really, 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 really fun. And honestly, I had so much fun just like walking around the asylum, even the outside of it, just like chill, like just enjoying the atmosphere. Personally, it was one of the most fun I've ever had. Just playing as Batman. Nothing else. I didn't even really care about anything else at that time. I was just enjoying myself, walking around, listening to Jim Gordon. And solving puzzles. I also really, really, really love how the Arkham Asylum has like audio recordings around the like vicinity and place. And also how they have these like weird like stone and scriptures that tell about like the history of Arkham, which adds a lot of depth to the story and is one of the unique things about Asylum period. And I know all the Arkham games are really good, but my ranking for the Arkham games, and this is just my personal opinion, Night City, Asylum, Origins. That's my personal ranking. And I know I said Asylum is one of my favorites, but Asylum was the first one I played. And I still, to this day, love how they didn't have the open world aspect in that one. And it felt more like a single player horror game with like action elements. And that's what I remember it for. I don't remember it for being the beginning of the Batman Arkham series. I remember it for being a really interesting Batman game with horror elements. And for me, being an intro to the Batman Arkham series. And it's one of my favorite games of all time. I just can't give it enough credit, man. The game is amazing. But it just gets better from here. Arkham City. Oh yeah, also Arkham Asylum, 9 out of 10. Action. Action was actually, you know what? I think action was the weakest point of the game. Everything else is perfect. I think. Yeah, action was the weakest point of the game, but the suspense and like build up made it really fun. So even though it was the weakest point of the game, it made it it didn't it didn't matter. Like who cares? Yeah, Arkham Asylum 9 out of 10. Arkham City. Arkham City I think was a perfect sequel. Now, a lot of people, this is their favorite Batman game of all time. But for me, this one was my second favorite. Mainly because, well, I'm going to talk about the later because Night's my favorite. I want to get into why City is what Arkham City really is. Arkham City evolved my perspective of Batman just because I had to. Well, I actually had just because of the open world aspect personally. I had to change my perspective of how to play as Batman. I couldn't just like walk around, go to the next destination, and fight people. I had to actually like. I personally wanted to actually act as Batman and enjoy myself. And I think that's where the game strives the best. When you try to be Batman in that game and you succeed, There's no greater feeling you can find in that game, in Arkham City, than to be the Batman, which is the point of the game. There's a certain point where I was so good at the game, my hands were hurting. Same for Arkham Asylum, but I felt like they hurt more in City because I was so I even though the freaking Mr. Freeze boss fight was so hard and the adaptive AI was perfect, I broke myself and made myself get past every boss fight, even if I didn't want to. I just love the game so much. And mainly because the winter aspect, the Christmas feeling to it, and and all of the villains in Arkham City are super engaging and personally revolve around and perfectly fit the atmosphere. Penguin, Mr. Freeze, Joker, Harley Quinn, um, Hugo Strange, Ra's al Ghul, like Clay. Oh yeah, also Clayface, but he's not really in the game that much. But however, he is kind of the villain, and also Two Face. However, I the main part of the game I loved was walking around Arkham City and kind of taking in the atmosphere, the Christmassy winter feeling, and going after the Penguin and Mr. Freeze. And I know Mr. Freeze is a good guy at first because you rescue him from the Penguin, but then he turns on you. And that's one of the best boss fights ever in the Batman Arkham games. Because if you after you try one move on him, like one attack move, like you attack from behind, you can't do it anymore because he'll know you're gonna attack him from behind. And it's so perfect because Mr. Freeze almost kind of they're kind of similar people because of the fact Batman lost his parents at a young age. Mr. Freeze lost his wife from a disease. And they're both trying to get revenge, except Mr. Freeze wants to save his wife from a disease, and that's why he froze her. So they kind of both have this emotional connection to something from the past and want to like Batman wants to make it so no one ever has that happen to them ever again. Well, Mr. Freeze just wants his wife back. But I guess you could say that Mr. Freeze isn't exactly that bad of a person because his morals do lie in his emotional point of view. And I think that's why he's one of my favorite villains, just because of that, and not really anything else. Because there's a lot of villains with freeze powers. There's Captain Cold, there's Mr. Freeze and the Penguin. There's also more, but I can't really name them for the life of me. Captain Cold is also really cool, except he just uses a freeze gun, and that's basically it. Like, he is cool though. I like Captain Cold. The Penguin is more of like a mob boss, crime lord. He's not that big of a fighter. Like, Mr. Freeze can fight. Captain Cold, he can also fight too, like relatively, like more. He can at least, I don't know, he can beat up guys if he wants. I mean, just freezes them, but still, I'm sure if he wanted to, he could easily take out a bunch of guys if he wanted. But Mr. Freeze, because he works with Batman in Arkham City, I feel like that boss fight means more than just, a boss fight. And I think that's why it's so fun to fight him, personally, and it's one of my favorite, is if not my favorite boss fight in the Arkham games, period. Also, Mark Hamill's Joker. I love his Joker so much that I actually feel at this point he's my favorite Joker. I know that's a hot take, and I know that's really hard to say because he's never been in live action. But he's a Joker for the Arkham games and Batman the Animated Series. And my God, is he good for the Arkham games? That man, Luke Skywalker is crazy, man. He really is. He really is a good Joker, and I think it fits him perfectly to be the Joker for the animated TV shows. Man, he plays his Joker so well in the Arkham games, and Arkham City in particular, that I don't see any other person that could have done a better job than him for the games or period. Like live action's different, but if you're talking about the animated stuff in the video games, I don't think there's any one person that could do better than him, just because he feels like the Joker, and I know he's like kind of like people don't remember him as a Joker or like stuff like that because it's just animated and like it's just video games. But to me, it means more than just being a voice actor. Like being a voice actor, I think is harder than actually acting because of the fact that you actually have to get into your specific voice for like specific scenes, and you don't exactly know what you're doing at first because, well, a lot of like voice actors are kind of just like thrown into like certain like situations. Well, acting is different. You actually like kind of know what you're doing. And it takes a certain level of mental capacity to be able to change into your character's voice at any point in time. And I just love him for that. The guy is so freaking good at Joker. He might be better at Joker than he was at Luke Skywalker. Okay. Overall, Arkham City, 10 out of 10. It's crazy. That's personally, I think it is basically a perfect game because it brings what Arkham Asylum was really good, like everything that was really good in Asylum, brings it to Arkham City and makes it open world. Like what else could you ask for? Like that's essentially like perfection. Arkham Knight. Wait, no. Arkham Origins, because I want to save Knight for last. Arkham Origins. I recently beat this game, like last year. It's actually it's pretty good. It's really underrated. Main villain, well, the main villain's obviously the main villain is between Bane, Joker, Black Mask, which the twist is that he's actually Joker, but he at first it's kind of like, you know what, he like at first you don't really know that. Also, there's a bunch of side villains too. Okay, so it starts out you going to this prison, and boss you fight there is Killer Croc. And then you realize, oh, these guys put a huge bounty on you. Like a $50 million bounty on Batman's head on the week of Christmas, which is insane. Like that is personally like, and I personally really like how they have so many villains in this game. Like they have a lot of villains. Like it's kind of crazy, man. Like I don't even know how many. I don't know why they had. I don't know why they had freaking. They had Killer Croc, Electrocutioner, Deathstroke, Copperhead, Shiva, Deadshot, Bane, Firefly, the Penguin, the Joker, Mad Hatter, Riddler, and Black Mask. But Black Mask is just the Joker. But that's the twist. And this kind of reflects the same Christmassy style as Arkham City, except, however, this is actually during Christmas. So it's kind of different. Which, even though this game is kind of shorter than the other Arkham games, if you play Origins first, if that's the first one you play, you could argue this is like one of the best ones because it makes Arkham Asylum better. It also makes City look better too because hindsight, you actually get, well, you get to meet the Penguin for canonically in the first time in Origins, but you meet him in the first time at City. But in hindsight, you would actually realize that he like kind of escapes in Origins. So you would actually fight him later in City. So it's kind of like, hey, like flashback. And also, the bounty thing with Origins I think was really awesome. I think that's cool how they did that because like a bunch of random like criminals going after Batman on Christmas, like that's just crazy. That sounds awesome, man. Like personally, like that sounds like a awesome movie. And like, I mean, it sounds so much like an action movie. Like if that was a Batman movie, that would be crazy. And also, I personally would say Bane's the main villain in this game, but it's also kind of the Joker because a lot of the stuff, like Black Mask is the Joker, and a lot of the stuff in the game is between Black Mask and the Joker, and there's also a bunch of stuff between Bane. The only reason I'm saying Bane's the main villain is because the Joker's the main villain in this first game, and in the second game the main villain is also the Joker. But it's the mix of the Joker, Ra's al Ghul, and Hugo Strange. And in Origins, it's a mix of Joker, Black Mask, who is the Joker, Bane, and that's basically it. In Asylum, it's a mix between Joker, well, I guess also Harley Quinn, but she doesn't play too big of a part in Asylum. I mean not Asylum, I mean Origins. And in Asylum, the main villains are Joker and Harley Quinn. So I'd say that overall, this Origins is one of the funnest Batman games and provides a lot of hindsight, build up, and backstory on Asylum, and it adds a lot to the to the Arkham games. And people give it too much hate. Like even though it was made by a different studio and doesn't have the same actors, it still is pretty good. Like I'm not gonna lie, it actually is one of my favorite Arkham games. Being my worst favorite one is a different story because all the games are really good. But Origins certainly is a good game. Like I just don't get why people are like, oh, the game sucks because it's like not like the other ones and it's made by a different studio and it has different voice actors and it's kind of like boring. Like, bro, the game's actually really fun. And also the Joker, the Joker is really cool in that one. He's better in Asylum, but the detective stuff in Origins is really fun. And there's a lot of villains in there that don't get too much credit in the other games. Especially like Deathstroke really isn't in that much of the other games. I mean, I know he's not in that much of Origins either, but the boss fight the boss fight in Origins is, in my opinion, the hardest boss fight in the Arkham games overall. Like that's the hardest. That boss fight took me 4 hours to beat. Which, if you think about it, that's kind of insane. And more insane part is the fact that I didn't give up on playing the boss fight. I just kept playing it. And I think it was like started at like 9 a.m. and I beat it at like 1. Like Jesus, like that thing was hard as hell. I don't I don't think I've ever felt as good as I did when I beat that boss fight ever. Even though it was like it was like one of the first boss fights in the game. I feel so good to beat that to beat that boss fight, man. And honestly, a lot of the boss fights in that game, especially the final Bane one, is so hard, but that was it's a fun game. I love how they did the bounty thing. Perfection. That was a genius idea, but I only wish it was executed a tiny bit better because it felt kind of rushed. And the game felt like it was a tiny bit too short, but it was still really, really, really good. And I know the DLC is also really good, but I wish it was a tiny bit longer, and that's the only thing I feel like would be better for the game if it was a tiny bit longer. And if the Riddler was more involved in that in Origins, I think that would be pretty awesome. That's what I gotta say for it. I'd give it 8 out of 10. It's the worst Batman Arkham game, but it's still really good. The final Batman game I'm going to talk about is my favorite one of all time, Batman Arkham Knight. I think this might be the most influential superhero game ever because of the fact they created a new character. They they actually paid a lot of tribute to um Scarecrow in this game in it, Red Hood, and even without the Joker, I personally think it was perfect. Like the Joker's still in the game, and actually him being not in the game, but like watching over Batman and talking to Batman, I think is actually better than him even being like a main villain in the first place because it makes it even more interesting. It was so fun. And Scarecrow's my third favorite Batman villain, which There's a reason why. Like my second favorite Mr. is the Joker, but Scarecrow psychological aspect is so good, and they did it. They really, man, they did it so well in this game. Like, as personally someone who really likes Scarecrow as a villain and just in general, I don't think I could have asked for more. Like, he essentially breaks Batman to a point where he has to reveal his identity, and there's not a way out of that. The only way out of that is that he kills himself, which is insane. Like, Scarecrow broke him to a point where he had to tell everyone who he was. Well, also, because of that, and because the entire society would basically collapse because everyone knows who Bruce Wayne is, they know who to go after. They also know, like, basically everyone who knows the Batman is at risk because they know who Bruce Wayne is, and they also know that if Batman and Bruce Wayne are like, if Batman is with someone, it also means Bruce Wayne might be with them. So if you connect the dots, they might unexpectedly end up losing a bunch of people because like they might just die because some people are following Bruce Wayne, and then like because they know he's Batman, they'll either kill him or they'll kill some of his family members, like friends and like Robin and like Catwoman and like some other, like basically they'll go after his entire family just because they know who he is. But if they didn't know who he was, since they didn't know who he was before, they don't know where he would be, and they don't know where possibly he could be hiding. But if they know he's Bruce Wayne, they'd probably know that the Batcave's under the Wayne Manor, and that a lot of people in Wayne Tower and like Wayne Enterprises and stuff are connected to the Batman. So therefore, those people would be at risk. And that's why Batman decided to kill himself so he could save Gotham. And that's kind of where I left off. I'm still going to talk about the game because I want to, and also because I want to explain why it's my favorite superhero game of all time. For starters, Arkham Knight is the main villain, and he's Red Hood, but the fact that they were able to make essentially a new comic book character just for a video game, even though they were using a comic book character before, I personally think that in itself is an accomplishment, because no video game has ever done that ever before, and that's one of the reasons why I like it so much, because well, it's just like super, for one, the action is super engaging and it's perfect in that game. It's never been better in Arkham Knight. It's super fun to roam around the Batmobile, which is the first time the Batmobile was introduced. Also, the suits are really fun. And the DLC in Arkham Knight is the best in the series. Even though Warner Bros. Kind of milked the game, it is, in my opinion, the greatest superhero game of all time because of what it represents, what it is, story, action, how fun it is, and there's so much extra content in the game too, and it's the first game where you actually get to roam around like the entirety of Gotham. And one thing I noticed about this every time I was like flying around and like, like just exploring the city, the rain effects are really detailed. And at times I legit thought I was looking at like a movie or something because the game just, the graphics personally looks so realistic that I couldn't tell if I was, at sometimes I couldn't tell if I was playing a game or if I was watching a movie. And I think if a game is like that good at replicating it what like Batman is in the comics, what he might look like in the movies, what he represents in the shows, and just like period, like representing Batman as a whole. Because I encountered basically like as a Batman fan myself, I felt like Arkham Knight included everything I could possibly want as a Batman fan. Even if the Joker wasn't the main villain in it, I didn't really care because, for one, my favorite Batman villain is the Riddler, but because Scarecrow was so interesting in Arkham Knight, and I actually enjoyed fighting Scarecrow and um going after him than I did going after the Joker. Now that might be a hot take and all, but I did really enjoy like all the new mechanics in the Batmobile, and I also really enjoyed just like roaming around the city and like finding ways to become the Batman and just have fun. Because I personally, I put over like 100 hours in that game, which is more than twice as much as I put in the other games, which is insane. Because I love Batman Arkham Knight so much that was like basically the main game I played during this capstone. Like I played some other games too, but Arkham Knight was the main one I played. And I think that's because that was the first one that made me feel like I truly like love Batman as a character, like overall. Like at first I was like, yeah, he's like one of my favorite characters, but I was like, wait, he is my favorite character. He's my favorite superhero of all time. And I know like I also like the Flash, and I also I'm a really big Flash fan. I've always really liked Spider-Man and Green Arrow and a lot of these other superheroes, but Batman's the one superhero where the villains, story, and character development all match up and at times are perfect, are like perfect, engaging, and make me want to just keep, I don't know, being engaged with stuff that's involved with Batman. Like personally, the first example I got of this was playing the Batman Lego games, and then watching the Batman Begins, and I never felt more like at that time that I like which superhero, like I never felt which super, like I never really, well, I wasn't really sure what superhero was my favorite until like a few years ago, because well, my dad always really liked Batman a lot, and I don't know, just that's his favorite superhero too. But personally, I was like, hey, you know what? It's COVID. I want to get into something that I know I really like. I haven't played the Arkham games yet. You try these out. And I ended up liking them more than I first expected. Because first expected them to be like, good superhero games, but like not the greatest. But I further realized that I was playing the greatest superhero trilogy ever created in the history of mankind. And I realized that I was playing as the greatest superhero of all time, fighting the greatest villains of all time. And I think that's what gave me the motivation to make this capstone, make a podcast about my experience and how I truly feel about Batman. Even if he only became my favorite superhero a few years ago, I've always been super engaged in stuff that's involved Batman, starting with the Lego games, and then moving on to the Dark Knight trilogy, then the animated series, then some of the other movies, and then Arkham games, Lego Batman movie, and then the new Batman movie. That one, that was really fun. I don't know what to say. Personally, this has been one of the funnest projects I've ever done, just because I've been able to do more research on my favorite superhero ever. And I kind of feel like now, after doing this project, I can almost name anything from anything in Batman. Like, just because I did this project, I did 80 hours of research. I rewatched all the movies, replayed some of the games, TV shows, comics, did all this research. But the true reward that I'll walk away with is knowing that I, Koba Jizer, am now a true Batman fan. Something that I always kind of never thought I'd be. Batman. He's a character that means more to me than any one superhero or thing could. Because he's a character I have a connection with, one who inspires me to be the hero of the story, even if the odds are stacked up against me. In every possible way. In the games I play, Batman is somewhat of a role model to me. In the darkest of times, at the lowest of points in my life. It's because I'm able to escape into a world free from my depression and anxiety, where I can try to feel good about myself. I can try to become Batman. So this is how it ends. It's been a fun ride, you know. I've had a lot of things going on during this podcast. And I wonder, will I ever do this again?
I never said thank you.
And you'll never have to.